Hey. Hey. All right. Just getting a hang of this schedule here in the morning. Because I thought the games were going to be on at 8, and they were a little bit delayed. A little bit delayed starting, and then there might be like a delay. I've actually been up for like almost 2 hours now. Hey, Mansers. I do have my coffee. Got it right here. But yeah, I think they have a little bit of a delay and round 1, so it's just a little bit delayed because it's round 1 starting, as a lot of tournaments are. Adam Hart Lover, thanks for the 19 months. Welcome back, Adam. Hello, Yasser. Oof, you know, Yasser, I don't think anything can really compare. We've had some early mornings, you and I. When I commentate with Yasser, the guy is always somehow fresh as ever on European time zone. But Yasser and I have done some commentary together in the same physical location. And, you know, it's kind of like when you've been in the trenches together, when you've woken up early for commentary together, that's a special bond, you know? Not everyone in the world gets to share that. I feel like I know Yasser on a different level. When you wake up at 5 a.m. with someone for commentary, boy, I tell you get acquainted. Hello, Askena. Hype Chest, 23 months with Prime. All right, probably wondering what the hell we're doing here. What the hell we're doing here. Let me... Hey, that's me. Hey, that's me. It's myself. Say hi. Here we go. Info, this will help. This will help. Right, European Club Cup. It's a pretty big tournament. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if maybe a good percentage of people in chat right now are probably like, dude, what the hell is this event? Pretty much have no idea. Right, Eric is in Austria right now. Right there. And he's playing in the tournament, and in order to play in the European Club Cup, obviously you have to be part of a club, European club. This is a European chess club. So if you think of Magnus Carlsen's club, you might know the name Offerspill, right? So there are a lot of clubs in the world, but I have a feeling that Offerspill might be probably the name that you guys will know the most. Obviously, Magnus has done a good job to popularize that. So, Eric is playing for that club. He's playing for Magnus's club called Offerspill. There was a YouTube video that Eric did recently, pretty much announcing that this was what he was doing, where he was going, and that Magnus's team is who he was playing for. If you haven't seen that, it's on our YouTube. One of our most recent videos. All right, and obviously names like this. Look at that. Eric's name. Oof. Damn. Just go ahead and drop Eric's name right. Oof. Oof. God damn. Elite players such as Magnus Carlsen, Vishy Anand, Richard Rapport, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Eric Hansen. Jeez. Looking great. Schedule, it does say 9 o'clock here, but I think that might just have to do with some delays. Basically, the games were all underway at about 8:30 a.m. Eastern today. All right, so 8:30 a.m. Eastern, I think, is when you can expect commentary for me to be on. All right, this one will be particularly disturbing, so let's not talk about this one yet. But I'll enjoy my time with you for 6 days. Yes, I will. But it's a 7-round tournament, and of course we got the games on as well. This is the team offer spill. Won't be surprising to find predominantly Norwegian players here. It looks like they're up against a team from Finland that has predominantly chess club from Finland that has predominantly Finnish players. But the thing about this event, as you can see from board 1 here, Nikita Meshkov's, right? He's obviously not from Finland, so it's not like, you know, every single one of your players has to be from the same country, right? It's just based on the club. And anyone can be in the club. So that's why Eric, for example, can play on the offer spill team. It's not like all players there have to be Norwegian, but obviously it ends up that most players do, right? But it's really common for players to, I mean, if I just scroll down, you'll see this match, right? This match is like, obviously you got some Icelandic names here, but on the other side, you have names like Anand, Bogdan Deak, Gukesh, Nisipianu, Sargsyan. Like, you see, they're like all from different countries, right? So there is the type of thing where it's kind of like the Pro Chess League a little bit. You can buy the best players. You can say, you know what, European Club Cup is coming up. I want Vishy Anand to play with me, right? He can join your club for the right price. So it is very much a tournament where you can take your heavy roll and wave it around, and try to get the best players. All right, this is a real OTB tournament, by the way. It's a good question. Yes, this is a real OTB chess tournament, not online. Not even computers IRL. It's actual chess. Canadian Chess Mercenaries. That's right, Yasser. Offer spill went in their bankroll. They pulled out the biggest wad they could find, and they knew they could secure Eric Hansen's participation. Scraping the bottom of the barrel. But you know, you're probably wondering, okay, Eric's on the team. Great. Sounds cool. Where is he? He's there, but he's not playing round 1. They rested him. Because, you know, usually a team will rest their strongest player in the early rounds to not get them tired out. And Magnus is playing. Arjen is playing. Johann Sebastian Christensen is playing. And the interesting thing about this event is you guys have probably seen a team event before, aka the Olympiad. I'm not sure how many people in here have ever seen a team event in chess that is not the Olympiad. I'd be curious to know. There's not that many that exist, first of all, and they're quite niche. So European Club Cup is certainly one of the marquee events. But in terms of boards, you'll notice there's a lot of boards. There's 6 to be exact. Right? 6 boards compared to the Olympiad. Olympiad is 4 boards. 6 is quite a lot. Right? And I think most of the tournaments that you guys are used to watching have 4 boards. US Amateur Team is a great one. I've even played that tournament before. In fact, I've done more than play it. We've logged our time playing the US Amateur Team East and put it on our YouTube channel. But most of those tournaments that you guys have maybe seen, played in, etc., they're all 4 boards. So this is 6 boards. It means that, you know, for example, there's this guy on the other team here, 2100 against an FM 2300. So not every club is, not every club just has 2600 GMs on every board. So the interesting thing about this tournament that I like is that it's kind of fun to see different players, different strengths. You know, it's not just a bunch of 2700s going at it. And you'll get a lot of mismatches. You'll get the best player from one club and the best player from another. And the difference between those 2 players could be 300 points. Which is actually what you're seeing here against Magnus, right? He's playing a 2550. Yeah, this is the first round. So each club plays a match. It's 6 on 6. So these 6 matches here are all part of the same team match. So Eric's team, it's now Eric's team. It's not Magnus's team. The team that Eric's on will win the match if all these Norwegian flags here, their scores add up to 3.5 or more. Because there's 6 boards, so 3.5 will win. So think of this very much as like Pro Chess League style. If you've seen Pro Chess League, it's very, very similar to that. There's just more boards. There's 6 boards here. Do the teams have funky names? No, I think the teams have actual names based on where they are, like the actual clubs that they represent. So, Eric is playing for Magnus's club, Offerspill, and that is their team name. Anybody have any other questions? I think in the info, does it say no, it doesn't say the time here, but as you can see, it's clearly like an hour and a half. Probably they get 30 minutes at move 40 with 30-second increment would be my guess. Standard time control. Draws are allowed, yep. Draws are allowed in the games, draws are allowed in the matches. Is Tari in the same club as Chief and Magnus? Indeed. So Magnus, Arjen, Eric, Christensen, Urkedal, Haug, and Rinaldi. These are the main players that you'll see on that team there. Kui, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. I can show you guys the chess results page, which is right here. So these are all the teams that are in the event. You'll see that Offerspill is right there, number 7. So we can click Offerspill and see all the players on the team. Right, and you'll notice that I believe this guy is not playing today, and neither is this guy. Eric's also the only Canadian there. However, with the last name Hansen, I'm sure he's well received on the team. So this is the Offerspill team. You're wondering maybe like what are some of the other really strong teams? Well, for example, here's a team, a club from Romania, right? But then you look at who's on the team, and for sure there's Romanians on the team. But this is what I was saying, how you can basically buy the best team out there, right? So you've got Anand, you've got Rapport, Bogdan Deak, Gukesh, Nisipianu, Sargsyan, and even down to board 7, you've got a 2600, right? So clearly this is the most stacked team in the tournament. And you check out some of the other teams. And the team might be based in a certain country like Czech Republic, and this team is, but it doesn't mean all their players are just going to be from the Czech Republic. No, Henry Sugar. Not yet. That might be soon. Get some sponsorships. French team. And yeah, it's a 7-round tournament. It's a Swiss. You think this team is more stacked? Espienko, Alexenko. Yeah. There's some really strong teams for sure. So while this team has Magnus Carlsen, right, of course it gets weaker compared to the other teams on the lower boards. So Magnus's team is definitely not the favorite. Not at all. But, you know, they're up there, top 10, ranked 7th at the start. It all depends on the individual games. Check out Aryan's opponent. Aryan played, okay, basic opening. He played e5. And then played d5. And I tell you, his opponent is probably hating himself right now. You are not supposed to allow this as black, I feel. The whole point, usually, of playing this way with black is that you play e6, and so that if white plays this move, you at least can think about playing that move, and vice versa. But anyway, obviously black's opening is no good. Like, it's not a top-tier system at all. But he could be in trouble here. We could see a KO from Aryan. Hype Chess, thanks for 23. Cripple Pawns, 13-month resub. Darkbone for 53 months with Prime. Lol CB, thanks for 25 months. Sunbro TV, appreciate the 9 from you. Bra Size, a tier 3 resub here for 14 months. Thank you, Bra Size. Go 11, 51 months with Prime. The big 51 from Go 11. And CM Serious, thanks for the 26 months. The Hippocrates, did you just play a tournament? Is that what I'm getting from the chat? Vanilla Coke, thanks for 13 months. Vanilla Coke, 47. Five out of 5 in U1600 Rapid. That's great. That's great. I think we could see, I mean, isn't Aryan like doing really well here? What happens? So after this move, if you take, I mean, you're just dead here, right? This is absolutely awful. And if you take here, I don't know, it doesn't look much better. And playing f6 is like I mean, it has to be wrong. Sometimes I think twice about positions like this, though. Start to overthink it. But yeah, it should be fine. I think A4 is key. Something like this. Has to be okay here. I think we might see a quick KO, yeah. Oh, this looks like a London. Eric is in Austria right now. This is correct. That's where this tournament is happening. Got my Chessbrook coffee. Got my coffee. I am coughing. All that stuff. Do I know where? Yes, I do. It is right here. Meerhofen. Hey, so is Eric in Austria? Yeah. Do you know where? Yeah. Yeah, do you know what hotel? We're narrowing it down. Yeah, this is your Uber Eats. Just gonna need your room number as well. This guy shags. Of course he does. He's been sub with Prime for 23 months. Biscuit Oil links for 38 months and Ministry of Repair 9 months. So these are the 6 games. We got this one, this London, what looks like a Benoni. A Benko, very interesting. Don't see too many Benkos. And then Arian's like total KO position here. And then Magnus grinding it out on board 1. Arian's position looks the most fun to me. I feel like he can really knock his opponent out. I mean, he's up 30 minutes on the clock. He's crushing. Thanks, Henry Sugar, for the 8 months with Prime. Biscuit Oil, 38 months. Low Zippy. No, these guys are not all super GMs. That's the thing about this tournament is, you will see 2100s playing for some of these clubs. You will see Magnus against maybe a 2400. The colors also alternate, so Magnus has the black pieces, which means Aryan has the white pieces, etc., etc. I don't know the actual reason, Luke Cannon, why Eric's not playing, but you can imagine over 7 rounds, there might be some rounds where various players don't play. And if you're going to give Eric a rest day, to me it makes more sense to give him a rest day right at the start because he just flew there from another country and getting used to jet lag, etc., etc. I think if he did OMG Alien, then the team must have been with him. What the hell would I do here? Is a good question. This position is so hopeless. I would probably try this. I would play this move and pray. Even though it's so dead. I think my line was probably good. I'm not sure if it's the best, but I like this. Oops. A4. You can play C6 though. I almost want to just take here. I mean, this position, man. This should really be disgusting. I think after 94, you can pretty much resign. You can pretty much resign. This is just too nasty. Too nasty. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sir. No, this is unplayable. So Black has played F6, and got it, quite honest with you, I understand it. I understand it. I think it's the best move to try as Black. There's no chance that White's not winning here. But I think it's the move to try because Black can dream of taking this pawn and having a solid game. Now, the line I was giving earlier was check, A4, knight D5, and I was giving bishop C4 and bishop E3. And I thought this was quite clever. I never really got to the bottom of this. Bishop D2 or bishop E3 looked good. And then here, I suppose, knight D7. First thing I'm looking at is taking, honestly. Which may or may not be good. And then, other than that, maybe pawn to A5 to stop this. Maybe rook here. Right? Nice and simple. But this looks pretty dead. I just thought after bishop E3, like, you're on another level here. Crushing! Crushing! So, yeah, sir, that was the extent of my morning analysis. The rest of the analysis, I'm passing on to Zippy and Ralph Wiggum. That's all I could muster up at 9 a.m. But I do think we should be taking and giving a check as opposed to, I don't know, a4 first. Actually, you know what? Okay, so what I'm wondering is a4 takes. Is this better than having the king on e7? What do you guys think? Because the one thing about king on e7 is that, of course, the king can take the pawn, but then maybe you want the king to take the pawn. The thing about the king on e8 is that the king can castle, but then they never take your pawn. So do you want the king here? Let black castle maybe, but then you keep your pawn forever and you're probably crushing? Or do you want to encourage them to go take the pawn and get more like a position that I just put on the board? Because you could do this first. And then there's like knight e7 coming. I don't know, rook c5, right? This is quite good as well. But maybe it's not as good. I can't really tell. So I think the decision is maybe between a4 first or capturing. Hello to Gladiator Valab. Good morning. Really important to keep all results in mind here. For example, if every game finishes except Magnus's and it's a win for Aryan, you know, a win for Christensen, a win for Urkadal, and then a loss for these last two, and it's 3-2, Magnus is a lot more likely to take a draw because it secures the team victory. So I think first and foremost, these guys care about the team result, and then they care about their individual result. Of course, when you're Magnus, other things are factored in, like the fact that you're goddamn Magnus and you can beat everyone and you're going to lose a lot of rating for a draw. However, I will say, your best possible chance for a draw against Magnus Carlsen in classical chess is honestly probably at this tournament. Because you can, first of all, get paired against Magnus being like a 2400. And because it's a team event, there are situations where Magnus is admittedly more likely to take a draw than he would in a normal tournament, in an open tournament, or in a round robin or something. Well, Stark, obviously he wants to go for 2900. There's no doubt. But if there's a position where it's equal and a draw wins the match, I don't think Magnus is going to like go insane trying to win it, because God forbid he makes a mistake and a draw was on the table. I mean, the team is... Can you imagine that dinner after? Would anyone dare say to Matt, okay, imagine this. It's 3-2. Magnus has a draw on the board. He's unhappy with the draw. He goes for the win. He loses the game as a result. Team dinner afterwards. Everyone sits down. Who is bringing that up? Who's bringing it up? Who's saying it out loud? So, Magnus, I don't think you should have gone for the win. Shut the Yeah, you guys have a good point. Eric would bring it up. Yeah, I agree, Liam. I think you bring that up to Magnus, it's fair game. But as soon as you bring that up to Magnus, I think he has a right to like bring up everything in your entire life at that point. It's a contract. You're playing for Magnus's club. If you want to talk about him not converting the draw, he can talk about how you know, wear braces at age 33 and haven't gotten laid in 4 years. Right? It's all fair game at that point. Oh for 4? That's right, Yasser. Most chess players only have one opportunity a year for female relations. So when I say they haven't had sex in 4 years, I mean they've missed 4 opportunities. This is correct. You met Eric today in a Chinese restaurant. Highly, highly unlikely. It can't be the case. I don't think you catch Eric. That would be so funny. I'm thinking about it. I don't think you'll catch Eric in a Chinese restaurant. But the fact that it's in Austria, in a Chinese restaurant, is it must be like some Magnus team dinner. They all go to Chinese restaurant because like I've never seen Eric in it. I've never seen Eric in a Chinese restaurant. Every Chinese restaurant he's been in, he's pretty quickly been out. Yeah, I don't really I don't really like Chinese either. Korean, yeah, KBBQ. That's a different story. Sushi, different, but Chinese restaurant, dim sum, dumplings, I don't know, not really my thing. But I think when you're with Magnus and you're with the team, you don't really have a say, right? You just kind of go where the team goes. You just kind of go where the team goes. But I can say that's probably not his top choice. That's very cool, though. I think if you are in this small town of Austria, right? There can't be that many people here. What's the population? Must be small. Like, if you happen to be there, I'm sure that you're just finding, like, all sorts of chess players in your city all of a sudden. Let's see. Population. 4,000. Less than 4,000. Yeah, less than 4,000 people. Like, that ain't a lot. That ain't a lot. What's going on? Chop. What you got there, Ziv? Where are the emotes, Ziv? Where are the raid emotes? You gotta bust them out properly here. Ziv, what are you doing, my guy? This is embarrassing. Oh my gosh. Ziv, my dude. This is a real bad look for you, Ziv. You came in from a raid from your buddy Chop to Chop. You're in here spamming the raid emotes and you're not even subbed to the guy. God damn it. Oh, what is this? Brutal. Can we get Ziv banned on Chop to Chop stream? Can we just hit him with a ban? This is abhorrent behavior. I would ban him here, but that won't hit as hard, you know? I think we need Ziv just banned on the original stream he came from. Because that's just awful marketing. Buddy Aryan went with bishop e3. You know, I think bishop e3 is sturdy because if queen here, then I think the plan is this. And once again, if c6, you're just going knight e4 and crushing. So c6 never is an option. And, you know, maybe this is an option, but, you know, the knight's going to hit this square. So what happens is that if this, you know, this is game over, like pretty much on the spot. And if black wants to take, go for it. But now the bishop's ready to hit this square. So I think this is a good, basically the same idea, but may as well get developed. Aryan spent some time on this move. I imagine it's well thought out. 30K tours coming every winter. That's very interesting. You know, I saw that Meyerhofen is, it's very near Innsbruck. And, well, I don't know much about Innsbruck, but I love bouldering, rock climbing, and I know they have a gorgeous climbing facility there. Yeah, it's just like state-of-the-art stuff. Yeah, at this point, black is pretty toast. And just remember that this game is such a KO. So the guy sitting beside him, his buddy right here with the white pieces, he has to look over to his left and look at this game. Sorry, specifically, this is his POV. He's got the white pieces, right? He's like, okay, And he looks to his left, and he doesn't even get to look at this. He has to look at this. Oh, I tell you, it's real demoralizing. So I think Aryan might be contributing to the team's success here with his position. Knight c6 for black. Nah. The thing is, you have no control over that square. That's the real issue. I look at a4. I also look at this knight popping in to c5. Honestly, I am thinking about this move as well. Even this is probably quite good for white. I think I would always play a4 before moving the knight. Here's the thing. If you're ever considering like moving your knight in a position like this, yes, it might be a great move, but I would often throw in the move a4 first. And I think it's a really good strategic reminder, basically. Like, look, after a4, if you let me take, surely you're lost, right? There's no way you can just allow me to win a pawn for absolutely nothing. So black has to react to this. If they take, first of all, I have an additional option of taking to reach c5 like this. But even if I go and make my original knight move, I'm happier having this in because now my rook is open, bishop's open. Like, this is a good thing for me. And if they push, then they're attacking my knight, which I wanted to move anyway. And again, I'm happy that they've done this. And now I have the c4 square. Things are a little bit looser, more weak in black's position. So if I'm planning on moving my knight anyway, I would almost always throw in the move a4. Yeah, if b4, I can still move my knight, knight e4. So the point is, if knight e4 is a good move now, then it will be even better after a4, b4, knight e4. Pretty much every time. But this is the nastiest position on any board, I think. Yeah, this is the most one-sided position. All right, 97. So at this point, if we go, first of all, if we go bishop here, just as a move, I think I'd rather have this as a knight, but let's say bishop here. At least we can't castle as black. And even if you take, you can't castle. So that move looks annoying, but you know, black's gonna go here and defend the knight, be able to castle seemingly next turn. So white has a moment here to play queen takes queen, which looks quite tempting. I think we got to go back this way. Ooh, hello. I was gonna ask what these are. Gators? Alligators? Crocodiles, alligators. It's hard to tell from the images. Katie Satsalashvili, thank you for the raid. They're crocs, eh? That would be a good one, comp bio. Thanks so much for the raid. I wonder what y'all were up to. I'm just covering the European Club Cup. But you know, I very often see Katie doing commentary herself, even official commentary on events like this one. I would say that my commentary is slightly less official. I have my avocado hoodie on. And I'm up with a Cliff Bar and a booster juice on the way at 9 a.m. So slightly less official. That's right, and we do have some good music, some good soundtrack. I think the time might be right for this move. The other thing about knight here is it stops knight d5. So I'm wondering how winning the position is that Aryan's about to get. Because if I go back here and I look at the line that I was considering, maybe king here. I don't know. I was looking at king e7 mainly. I just thought this was so good. Maybe I overestimated. I don't think so, though. e7 is about to happen. No, I don't know. I thought this was good. So, yeah, as I suspected, Aryan's plan must involve bishop c5. It's got to. Okay, let's say knight here. What does Aryan have in store after knight c6? Because now things are protected. He's going to castle. I mean, it's still a great position, but I'm wondering, is there something direct? Well, there's, yeah, I think War of Ideas, he's sort of saying that black's going to run out of useful moves. And eventually, if black takes here, it benefits white. Just take right back. Of course, in a position after knight c6, it makes no sense to take the queen now because the rook will just take. Previously, at least if the king takes, there's some rationale, but now I don't think queen takes queen makes sense if knight c6 happens. But I think the reason you delay is you just say, okay, I don't really know what what there is to do here for black. So knight here, and if a4 b4 now, there's no knight d5. I mean, there's knight e4, but I'm not sure where we're going. You could also just sit here and play b4. Absolutely. Remember, you're not down a pawn here as white. So you can just play, honestly, you can just kind of play a normal game of chess. Stop b4 yourself, then go a4, you know, slowly build it up. Might just be a different mentality, different way to convert the position. Nothing too direct, just more get that better position and go from there. Thanks, Terrible Terry. Terrible Terry 787. One thing that does not work very well with this move is the move a4. it just feels weird. The only way to get this to work now is knight a2, and perhaps that's the plan, but I gotta say that feels a little bit off. Still, a free pawn's a free pawn, and if you get a5, I don't know what's happening here. Looks like you should win some material. I just don't trust it. Knight on a2 is not great. Even a position like this should be pretty good, but I don't fully trust it somehow. Like, it's solid, the knight needs work, bishop will get to a nice diagonal. I don't know. I feel like I'm entitled to more of an advantage as white than this. I'm greedy. As Yasser likes to say, my needs are great. So I think a4, b4, knight a2 it's pretty convincing, wins material, as far as I can see, because that bishop b5 position is so tough for black, but I feel like I'm almost entitled to more. Although in principle, that might be the most direct way. a4 and knight a2. Because remember, I still have this pawn. So if it gets a position like this, I mean, maybe there's takes and takes here, which looks really, really strong. But let's imagine they even just take back. White's just crushing here, right? You're now up a pawn on top of all the good things that were in your position before. So looks really, really reliable, honestly. So maybe after a4, it needs to be taken. Jake, thanks for 13 months. Jake, Is there anything on the king side? I don't see much, honestly speaking. You know, this is solid. There's no knight g5, knight h4, knight takes. I'm not seeing anything here. Knight d2 is a move, but even after knight e4, your bishop's on the square you might want to go to. Your other knight can go there anyway. I'm not seeing really anything. I mean, you could reroute to this side of the board, but in terms of kingside play, you know, unless white's getting f4, I don't see much over there. I also don't see much for black. If you play f5, I get knight g5. And e4 is covered. So, I don't see too much here. What's happening in Magnus's game? Maybe we'll see bishop e3, knight f6, bishop f4, knight h5. Draw? Draw? Black has a few options because you can play sometimes f5 and then go back to e4. But I think in general, Magnus is he's testing the waters. He wants to see, you know, what's going on here really. Often black wants to go b5, b4 as a follow-up. And what's going on in these other positions? I never liked these positions too much for black, although I know they're not that bad. Like, black might even be better here, I'm not sure. But there's lots of play to be had. Somehow this always bothers me a little bit. I think black's really okay, though. This game, yeah, I don't know what's going on here with black's position, but it really doesn't look good. Knight a8, knight c7. No. There are big problems here. Okay, what happens with this move? This looks like an issue. Maybe you can even take that way, but let's say here. I mean, ugh. Look at this line. No, I mean, this is just disgusting. No. This might be the first game finished, I think, actually. After e5, isn't it, this is close to over. e5. Gotta play bishop here. Knight covers the rook. Bishop here, g4, and I don't know. This move's available. The whole thing looks really suspicious here. It's hard to support this position. Rough position. I suspect we'll see e5 very quickly. You think one game is already over? Yeah, I mean, if you mean in the entire event, like scrolling down here, I'm sure there's some games that are done, right? We saw one draw there, but I'm not really following the entire event. I'm pretty much just focusing on Eric's team and how they're doing. Okay, not much happening in this game, by the way. These guys have played 10 moves. And honestly, the moves look pretty routine. Okay, I am gonna go get my morning BJ. One sec, guys. Just gonna get a morning BJ. I highly recommend, by the way. Feels great to start off your day. One sec. All right, there we go. That was quick. But it's good to have good service in the morning when you're getting your BJ. I'm all about efficiency in the morning, you know? You want to feel good and start your day right. That's why Booster Juice is so great. Nothing like a morning BJ. Nothing like it. Next song, please. No way. This song is for y'all. This song is for y'all. T Boyles 3, thanks for the full year. T Boyles, new sub badge. Looking great, buddy. Welcome, welcome. Send to 7777. Thanks for the 200 bits. All right, these last two. I mean, this game I can't believe is so slow. These guys are like just tanks here. 40 minutes. All right, and then we got a London here. I mean, I'm waiting for E5. I don't know how you don't play that move. E5 looks like, honestly, maybe game over or something. Even takes here is GG. I don't know. Yeah, there's just so many moves. I know what happens here. But even this is going to be winning for sure. Nothing looks good here. I'm very surprised E5 isn't on the board. I might be jumping the gun, but E5 looks crushing. In this position, I mean, I think maybe black's okay, but I like white's opening. I think he did pretty well here. Black needs some sort of knight d4 thing to work, but I kind of like what white's done. And then Aryan's position has looked good for a while. But after knight c6, he needs, well, he has a big decision. I mean, b4 and a4 I was recommending. Even just a4 and knight a2, I thought made a lot of sense. And now that everything's kind of developed, I'm not so sure about queen takes queen. Late night or early morning? That depends on you. For me, early morning. John Curtis, thanks for the raid, buddy. We've got some, speaking of early morning, we've got some early morning raids. Thank you, John Curtis. We are covering the European Club Cup. Get in here, y'all. Grab your coffee. This is a safe space for analysis. DJs and analysis. Go Booster Juice. They don't have that in Europe, you know? Maybe they do, but I think they have much better options than Booster Juice. I'm curious how Aryan's gonna continue. I see a couple good options on the queen side here. Knight e4, knight c5 doesn't seem to work. I don't see anything happening on the king side. Queen c1 is maybe another move that comes to mind because it's interesting to hit the queen and then the queen has to go that way, but that's about it. Because I've been looking at b4 and a4 as pretty much the two main moves here. Yeah, Marius, I was thinking a4, knight a2. You know, you're just gonna win a pawn and seemingly win the game here. So a5 and then bishop b5. And it just looks like with the pressure here, it feels like you're gonna win something. It's not necessarily forced, but it really feels that way. c3 coming. Why is Eric not playing? Eric has a rest day. He just got to Austria, so maybe he's jet lagged. But everybody, or most people on this team, are probably going to sit for maybe one game. or if they're not playing well, they might sit for more. I think there's 8 players on the team or in the club at the tournament, and there's 6 boards. So 2 people sit out every round. And if you're gonna sit Eric any day, I feel like you sit him right at the beginning. And yes, objectively, the match today is pretty easy. So I think they decided rest our best player, you know, and give guys like Magnus a chance. Got to bring in guys like Magnus for games like this. Queen c8 looks like a interesting move. Also, Queen a4, Knight f4, Queen a6, Knight g2. Yeah, I think White's done a good job here. You know, Rook c2, Rook c1, Knight b5. That stuff should be good. So Queen c8 is what I'm thinking. There's no tricky stuff here because the queen is just hanging. And yeah, I mean, this looks really solid. Knight. Yeah, I guess Knight b5 we have to check. Knight here. Right? You have to be really careful of this stuff. And if Rook here, Knight a6. Yeah, I don't know. There's Rook c7, so I don't really trust most of these lines. Queen c8's been played. He can take the other way, which honestly might actually be simpler. My instinct, though, is for sure to play Rook f takes c8 because I want my king to come out. And after Knight b5, maybe there's a more simple solution. I was thinking he takes a6 and then Rook c7 again. I don't know. Kind of looks annoying. But yeah, Magnus's position looks basically equal. Certainly not a game that it looks like he's going to win. Yeah, you never know with Magnus in endgames. 100% correct. But if I'm being objective here, then I feel like this is more or less equal. Okay, so it looks like Aryan went for what I was suggesting earlier, that if bishop c5, b4 makes the most sense to me. Stop that, and then go a4 yourself. So after castle, I think we'll see a4. I'm not sure if this has been the best way to prosecute the advantage as white, like all the way from the opening. But, you know, he's got a plan. He's sticking to it. He's got a4 coming. He's definitely better. So I think at least Aryan's chosen a plan that looks very solid. And he's just going to put pressure on a6. So I would say Aryan looks very favored to win. Magnus game looks draw-ish, but this is the point. I was saying I don't trust most of these knight b5 lines with this pawn loose. Look at the move Magnus played. How many people would be able to play this move very calmly? Rook to d8. That is not a normal looking move. Right, he just took back white offered an exchange, and then he just gives up the open file. I mean, I get it once I think about it, but offhand, this is always going to look like a very, very strange move, of course. He just wants to play a6, and the knight going into the position does not look great there. So white's thinking to himself now, okay, you know, I can go rook c6, for example. And after a6, go knight back. But then Magnus is going to go rook c8, and you can't double the rooks because your own knight's in the way. Same thing with rook c7. You know, a6. Where does this knight go? Knight c3, rook c8. Rook a7, maybe rook a8. More to the point, maybe even you'd consider this move. Depending if you like don't want to draw and really want to play, could try this, I don't know. Seems unnecessary, but total equality for black for sure. Maybe even b5, I don't know. Then after this, I'm also looking at, okay, what if not knight c3? What if, okay, what if knight c7? Then I think after rook a7, you're concerned as white about this knight being locked in there, right? There's like knight b8 coming. Should be fine after rook c1, but it's hard not to have second thoughts here. Rook d8. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that white is going to get terribly ambitious here. If I know one thing, it's that when people play Magnus, they don't see a move like this and think, oh, like I'm going to all of a sudden win this game and try to push. They probably think, you know, oh, I'm just going to like, I don't know, play a4, double the rooks, just chill. Chill and make my draw. It's Magnus after all. So I have a feeling that white is probably not going to do much better than equality here. Aryan's position looks like he can play for a win. This position looks unclear to me. I wouldn't be able to make a call. This position after e5 looks crushing for white. After bishop there, I was thinking that g4 was a very good move. Hit the bishop. Yes, bishop c2 can be played, but something looks a little off with that move. Right, but that's the idea. Hit the pawn. e6. Maybe bishop here. And bishop c4. Yeah, I kind of like bishop c4. b5, and we just take it. So some things to calculate, because g4 is not necessary, by the way. You could do other moves here. Knight c2 is kind of the next plan. But I think that this and Aryan's position look very, very nice. As for this one, also very unclear. White's position is good, objectively. Not like there's a problem with what black has here, but in terms of all the other games, I think white still has reasonable chances, although he's severely outrated. You know, a 24, almost 2,500 IM, and he looks to be untitled and not even 2,200. And I don't know what's going on here, guys, but I'm going to look up this guy right now Because I'm saying he's got to be at least 50 years old. Jan Varpanen. Birth year 1987. Wow. That's crazy. 1987. That's not old enough to be playing this slow. That is not old enough to be playing this slow. He's got 41 minutes left of an hour and a half. So he's used more than half his time, and he's only made 11 moves. And not even difficult 11 moves. This is like very boring, very regular stuff. So I don't know. This is a super slow game. "36 years old. I don't think he's 36. 1987. It's 5 years older than me. And I'm 29, turning 30 this year. I've never played against Magnus over the board. That's a different story. Thanks, Mechanical, for the Prime for 16 months there. Welcome back. Yeah, playing Magnus over the board is it's a privilege because Magnus doesn't play very many open tournaments. You would have had to play Magnus when he was young and upcoming and, you know, playing in like every tournament, becoming a strong player. But if you didn't do that, how else will you play Magnus, right? He plays a lot of tournaments, but they're all top-level invitation tournaments. So you really have to be a strong player to get a game against Magnus, or once in a blue moon, he'll play an open tournament, or he'll play a team event like this, like the Olympiad and the European Club Cup. You can get a game against Magnus, right? You could be the best player from, you know, whatever country. And in the Olympiad, round 1, could be playing against Norway, get a game against Magnus, something like that. But it's pretty cool, I think, in your lifetime if you say you've played a classical game against Magnus. Not too many people in that category. I like this move, by the way. Rook C1, he's just not dealing with that square. He's still got the pin, and now he's threatening G4 and just crushing everything. He probably was thinking about this, but I believe with Bishop C4 coming and D6 that he should be fine here. Main question is after takes. First of all, we don't have to take back, but let's say we do. What happens if black takes here or takes here? If knight takes, we just win a bishop on e6. And if bishop takes, then, well, rook takes e6 looks crushing. This move also wins a piece. Yeah, everything wins here, but I think this is the nicest. So I like it. I like the move. I think white has a huge advantage there. As for this game, knight d4 played. And after knight d4, knight takes c3. Yeah, I don't think he wanted this. Takes, knight e4. Or actually, no, takes here. Because I just realized the e5 pawn. So there's knight b5 to consider, but even something as simple as this. Sometimes you really don't want this as black. It might look okay, you've got a passed pawn, but I feel like if you flip the board, you realize, wait a minute, white's gonna go like I don't know, bishop d2 or something, queen g4, queen h5, bishop h6 is a threat after that. And there's such a good blockade here. It can be uncomfortable, I believe. So yeah, he'd rather have this where things are opened up for the bishops now. I think black did a good job there. Still, white's position is fine, but you know, queen c6 is coming. I like what he's done here. I like what he's done with the place, you know? He spruced it up. Hey, buddy. Winston Churchill. How's it going? We're up way too early for my liking. Whoa. Covering the European Club Cup here. Eric he's got a rest day today, but he'll be playing tomorrow. So every day for the next week, basically, I'll be up 8:30 covering these games. And Eric will be playing tomorrow, and Magnus is on, well, he's playing for Magnus's team, Magnus's club, Offerspill, in the European Club Cup. And Magnus is on the team, Arian's on the team. Should be fun. Okay, so pawn here, if you take, he wants to do this. Very solid, and g6, you know, it doesn't really matter. Black can just move, and I think that's a double-edged position that black is happy to be in. He's happy to be there for sure. Now, if you take, I think maybe black's going to take here. Because if you take back, I mean, white just wins a pawn as far as I can see. But yeah, g5 looks like a move of desperation. I think he was in big trouble there. 81 months from Salmon Ann. Get your giraffes out for Salmon Ann. Thanks for the resub, buddy. 7 years. 7 years. That's the next step for Salmon Ann. He's so close. It's been a long time. Appreciate it, buddy Salmon M. Been around since the beginning. Yeah, rook d8, I tell you, that move will put you in the think tank. Arian's position, knight f5 has been played, which is interesting because now there's no kingside castling, which means either this knight is planning to drop to e7, or black is going for some knight d4 thing, and maybe even leaving the king in the middle, like a trade. Knight f5. I mean, let me just put the move a4 on the board, because that was the whole point of b4. If you play a4, I guess take. Yeah, is knight d4 the plan? It looks like it. Maybe knight here. So that if you go bishop here, then knight takes f3 as an actual threat. I feel like this doesn't look right, but at the same time, if that knight has to move and it can't go there or there, right? If I have to play this, I'm definitely not happy. I don't know. Queen here is fortunate. We have bishop f3, and I guess e7 might be happening soon. There's no castling, so okay, I can get behind this maybe. Still looks odd. Yeah, this position does look good though. Because now the main thing is the king has no castling rights, and that alone should be enough. Knight takes g5. Well, what's the thing, Drew? Knight takes g5. First of all, you always have to calculate the other lines, but let's say this, and it looks like after queen d7 is the best you're doing this, because what's the line after knight g5, bishop g5? Because if you want to win back the piece, you can, but is that really, like, is that the best? Rook takes, bishop here, I don't know, so let's say bishop takes. You had to give up 2 pawns there for that. And I will always think that white's doing well. Like, white has a winning position. So, knight e4, we're going to be better here. No doubt about it. But, there's bishop d4 here. And I'm not sure if that's enough. Or at least in this position, I would certainly look for better. I would look for better. So it exists, but after e6, I'm also giving back 2 pawns, and I don't know exactly what happens next, Yeah, rook takes bishop, just queen takes. I don't see any bishop c4s happening. So knight g5 is possible, but it does look a little speculative. I haven't seen the time control exactly, but I believe that it is an hour and a half for 40 moves and 30 minutes extra at that time with 30-second increment the whole game. Knight c7. And Magnus goes rook b8. So rook c8, I don't think he liked... Honestly, I was going to say just doubling the rooks. Is that it? What else did he not like here? Maybe this? No. One has to be okay. I don't know. Yeah, maybe just doubling the rooks or something. Like that. Because there's a way that you can just be a lot worse here, which is like, I don't know. Let's say something like this. Takes, I don't know. This is a position that Magnus does not want to be in, where you're defending and you're just passive for the rest of the game. Like, this is a very bad position. So he went rook there, rook c6, and yes, he's passive right now and defending, but white doesn't have full access to the 7th rank or anything. If that were to happen, I think he'd be concerned. Still, though, I think his opponent with white here has done a good job. The position is still very unclear to me. Raphael, you're from Italy. You're thinking of going to Austria to watch the event. Do I think that Eric is willing to do a meet with fans? We generally arrange our group fun privately. Private group fun with subscribers. We used to, back in the day, do more like fan meetups where we'd be like, hey, we're going to be at this location in this city. Honestly, nobody came many times. And then we were like, why are we like doing this instead of just doing our own thing? And if it's convenient and we're like at a certain place, then we're just like, okay, we're at this place. But scheduling actual fan meetups, you'll get a lot of people that are like, oh my god, I can't wait for you guys to come to London. It's gonna be so much fun. Like, when are you guys coming to London? I can't wait. Oh my god, I love you guys. Big fan from Germany, Frankfurt. And then you'll have like 100 guys like, yeah, I'm from London. Like, you gotta do a meetup. We go there. We do a meetup. Nobody's there. So there's just so much there's so much history of people saying like, do a meetup, do this, and it's like, it's just a waste of my time. It's a big waste of my time. It reminds me of the example I always give is the classic one. You're sitting in the chat room, you know, you're somebody says something on stream and it's very funny, and then somebody says, oh, you should put that on a t-shirt. Oh, dude, that would be hilarious. I say, rooks to the middle, bitches suck the fiddle. And then someone is like, oh my god, ha ha ha, you should put that on a t-shirt. Rooks to the middle, bitches suck the fiddle. I would buy it. And then everyone's like, yeah, ha 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 ha, I would buy it, ha 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 ha. And then we spend thousands of dollars creating it, designing it, putting it in production, making a t-shirt, selling it, pricing it, putting it on the store, shipping it, and then like 2 people buy it. And it's like, all right, guys, relax. It's the same energy as the meetup. Oh my god, yeah, you gotta come to London. Oh my god, I love you guys. There's so many people in London. You gotta do a fan meetup. Does a fan meetup? Nobody shows up. So from now on, we do our own thing. Can't trust y'all for anything. J Limo 11, thanks for the new sub. Navi TFT, thanks for the 2 months with Prime. But we've met a lot of people that watch the channel. It's just not in a meetup capacity. More arranged through Discord. If we're taking trips, you might find out in our Discord, arrange some group fun. But at this point, I think Mattis knows the benefits of being a tier 3, that you're more likely to be a part of the group fun, the meetups. The standards are increasing. Being a subscriber is not enough anymore. One has to be a tier 3 to really catch the attention. And I tell you, Magnus's position, it could look better. You got a flankered rook. Now, admittedly, the knight's not in great shape here. But white probably wants to do this. This knight looks like it's going to go to d3. On e3, I mean, Magnus's position is suspicious, to say the least. But he wants to go here to boot the knight. That'll at least help alleviate some pressure. And you can maybe move your knight, go rook d7 or something. Also, if a4, then b5 might happen. And that's a very liberating move for Magnus. Still, position is... a4, b takes a4, and probably better than rook takes a4, looks better, is bishop c4. Takes the sting out of knight d4, and now if the knight gets attacked, it always has the e2 square. So that looks, it appears to me to be a good move. Bigger streamer events, Solomon Gilbert. Well, TwitchCon is happening like in a week or something. I'm pretty sure TwitchCon. But at Twitch, I mean, like, Twitch is brutal, man. You know, I've said this many times, but Eric and I have been streaming on Twitch for like, 7+ years, 7.5 years. And when we go to TwitchCon, we've had as many as 22,000 subscribers. There's definitely somebody who's keeping track of the Chessbra account at Twitch. I'm sure we've made Twitch a decent amount of money. I'm sure there's somebody keeping track who's going, fuck, Chessbra, not bad. And we've never been invited to TwitchCon. We've had to buy our TwitchCon tickets, like buy tickets ourselves. Like as if we're just going to the event like normal people every single time. And like we've never been invited. We've never ever been contacted by Twitch, nothing. So it's just like the treatment from Twitch is not ever in a way that I would ever want to go to TwitchCon. We have gone before for our own reasons. Maybe it's in a fun place. Maybe we want to meet sponsors. But like, why am I gonna spend my time going to an event like that when we've been streaming for 7.5 years? I know there's somebody that's keeping track of the Chessbra account. I know the bottom line is probably not bad. And, it's what? $150, $200 ticket. And they're not just like, hey, you guys should come to TwitchCon, here's a ticket. Like, no, I have to go like on the website, get a shopping cart together and purchase a couple tickets. Like, it just doesn't make you feel very appreciated. So, I'm not really going out of my way to go to TwitchCon, no. And TwitchCon just had they announced their event, and then after some people bought their tickets or whatever, they said masks everywhere. I can't deal with that shit. Masks everywhere. It was a very very firm stance they took. So masks all over TwitchCon, I think, was the recent update. I can't do it. I think it was required throughout the whole event. It's a lot. It's a lot. How can I make out with all my viewers at the meet and greet? How can I kiss my T3s on the lisps? Actually, that was a funny joke. I wish I said it intentionally. My T3s all have lisps. A little smooch for the boys. Mattis, would you buy a t-shirt that says all T3s have lisps? I think we could get that into post-production. Eric and I are in-person people, Solomon, We're sociable. We like the in-person interaction. Anytime we can do in-person event, we'll always take that opportunity. So it's not really about that. I like the idea of meeting people, hosting events. I mean, that's why we hosted Tulum, right? Our Mexico chess camp. That was something that, that's pretty much like a meetup, but it's in another country. It's a chess camp. Not everyone's going to be able to attend it. So it's like reasonably exclusive as well. But that's the kind of stuff that we're more interested in. Show the Carlson game again. Yeah, the thing is, the game's just moving quite slow, right? Like, I'm curious what happens here, but the game is moving slow. Whereas Aryan's position, I mean, we got a guy who's desperately trying to castle here. 94 and 95 both look very strong. The position just seems more interesting. '94. First thought is this move. Hitting the knight. Yeah, this position looks really good though. C3. Takes. We have rook d1 coming. I guess this is kind of an issue. I wanted to have some tricks here. But yeah, this isn't so convincing actually. Takes. Yeah, maybe it works. Because if you castle, there's e7 check. Yeah, maybe this is something. Huh. Rook a7. Yeah, rook a7. One of these checks. Pick up the bishop. I don't trust it for black. I don't trust it for black. So 94 looks... Definitely looks like a dangerous option. C3, bishop takes e4 though. This one I'm not so sure about. Whoa, hang on a sec. I like this because this is now a big threat. Queen takes a4. With like d5 or something. But bishop takes here. Yeah, I don't know. This is not like 100% convincing. But it does look very good. I don't know. Bishop f8. It's one of those positions you know you're winning in. You just gotta calculate and find the crush. Knight d5. That's right, Drew's the other move to consider. The reason knight d5 doesn't feel as comfortable is, you know, you get this, which isn't necessarily bad for white, but it's not a great structure. So you gotta win tactically here. e7, and no matter how it's taken, white can take on f6. So that's an idea. Hello to Spencer, Matt, Lolly. Oh, Bunglitz got the poverty tier 3 going. Why is Eric not playing? He has a rest day. He'll be playing tomorrow. He will be playing tomorrow. Yeah, Yasser was in the chat earlier. I think he's gone now. But he was hanging out. Whenever we can catch Yasser with some free time, we try to get a hold of him. But he's probably lurking in the chat, checking the sub goal. He's probably lurking in the chat, checking the follower goal. Checking the YouTube subs. You know? Exclamation mark 300K. In order to get Yasser physically in person to Toronto, he's probably checking on those goals. Because you know what Yasser doesn't really want? he doesn't want to have to come to Toronto in the winter. And I think it's actually very reasonable to expect that we can hit these goals. 300,000 followers right here on Twitch and 300,000 subs on YouTube. I think we can hit those goals very soon, which means that the timing of a Yasser trip to Toronto will be right smack in the middle of Canadian winter, and he won't be too happy about that. So I think the last time Yasser visited, it was also in the winter. So it would be particularly entertaining to have Yasser freeze his nuts off, as he likes to say. Yep. Christmas vibes, you know? Base Guy 33. I'm from Toronto, so I don't need lessons on how to pronounce it. But for the most part, people don't know what you're talking about when you say that. And I'm speaking to a large audience of people all around the world here. So I choose to pronounce it a little more properly when I'm streaming usually. Canadian winters are just different, Dr. Money Stack. It's not very humid, a lot of dry weather. Like, it's a dry, bitter cold. It's just it hits different. Yeah, although a few people have been talking about Trent and the boxing match. Like, you guys have to remember, I have to gain weight. A lot of people are like, dude, stop eating and go to the gym. Like, I have to gain weight. You guys don't understand. It's extremely annoying. I have to eat like double or triple what I normally eat during the day, which is not only extremely annoying. When I eat food, like, I crash. Like, I just like lose energy. I work less. It's hard to have like 3 full meals a day while I'm sitting here streaming all day. Like, I just don't have time. So it's not even the boxing. Like, eating the food is half the battle. It is a battle for me. I hate eating. I would love to trade with someone and it would make both of us happy. There's probably someone watching, aka everyone, who's like, oh, I love food, but you know, maybe I don't gorge because I'll gain weight. And I'm like, I hate eating. I don't like eating at all. I feel unproductive, lazy, I get sleepy, food coma. Like, I eat out of necessity. But there's probably someone who's like, oh man, give me that life right now. You need to eat? Please. And I'd love to trade with you, believe me. I'd love to trade with you. But I don't like eating. And I hate the feeling of being unproductive. And whenever I eat, that's what I feel. Like, when you go out to eat, you're like leaving your place, you're going somewhere, you're waiting for your food, you're eating it, you're coming back, and then you're exhausted afterwards. Like, fuck that. That's like 3 hours, maybe more, just to have one meal. So when I get old, maybe I retire one day, right, down the line, then I can't wait. Then it's like, of course I'm going to be feasting. I might live on a place with a vineyard, might enjoy fine dining, because then I can eat and pass out, and fuck it, like, who cares, you know? But I feel like when I'm grinding, you know, career-wise, young 20s, 30s, I don't have time for that. Giovoidal, you're from Finland, are you? What's happening in Magnus's game here? We're not getting moves in Ari in this game. Maybe a4. Also, h3 and f3 indeed look tempting. Thanks, V Markiv. There'll be more of those, you know, as we get updates in the chess world. Mate in China, thanks for the resub, by the way, buddy. Long time, 54 months with Prime Mate in China. Onyx Debian, 6 months. Much love, bud. This game is moving so slowly. White has let both guys have 30 minutes. And they're on move 14. Holy smokes. Compare that to Magnus's game, they're on move 25. And they have considerably more time. Of course, when you play more moves, you gain more time as well. But like, you should be well on your way to 40. There's going to be some time pressure that really comes into play in this game, I feel. Okay, then you got this one, which I always do like, you know, takes and e5 does feel good. But black has got a position here where it looks like bishop f5 is happening. And this is comfortable. You know, if queen has to go to c1, knight d3, looks great. Looks great. Okay, took on d6, c7, and then, so he did this to win a pawn. Got it. He did this to win a pawn. There's bishop c4 happening. Yeah, this looks pretty brutal. Okay, so looking like Offer Spill is favorite in this one. And probably on most boards, most lower boards in general. Yeah, this bishop is really bad here. So actually, Christensen's done a great job with black. He's gonna like take, go queen takes c5. Yeah, so black's had a great game here. Aryan does play knight e4. Yeah, it looked like the right way to do it. Because if you look at the team that they're playing against, you know, first board is 2550, next board is 2300. And then it goes down from there. So really, Magnus's game is actually the toughest. And then so if Magnus draws, the rest of the team's gonna win. You know, Magnus is happy with that in a team sense. But of course, Magnus is not here to just lose rating on board one. Team events are not good for rating. They're not. This is not the ideal situation if you want to become 2900. I suspect we'll see takes. No reason not to include that now. So if white wants to go slowly, takes, e3. But, you know, black's happy to have control over the position here, knight e4. He can maybe play f5. And as soon as f5 and king up happens, then black starts maybe dreaming about that. And for the most part, it seems like a4 is met by b5. At least that would be an idea. But white's got a good position at the moment because the rook can't really move, no open lines. I was thinking a4, b4. If a4, b5, then this move needs to be calculated. Because if rook here, then a5. This is not really what you want. And rook here, you can just take. So b5 can't be played straight away. And yeah, b4, b5 is not that bad for black. Remember, this bishop is dominating the knight on a6, so that's a good thing in Magnus's position. Whereas Chatsbra, he's in Austria, just not playing in this particular round. He'll be playing tomorrow. Redson, thanks for the 40 months. Redson, tier 3. A big 4-0. Yeah, Aryan's playing. Magnus is playing. Looks like the team is in a good spot at the moment to win round 1. And honestly, this move, to me, is a way of, like... I mean, I'll have to check the position again, but... this almost looks like a way of offering a draw. Because letting black play a5, letting black play rook c7, none of these moves look like things that should be allowed. So I find knight b4 nearly to be a draw offer. Seems a little low T to me. His time was ticking down, you know, 25 minutes. Magnus has got 45. He's like, you know, keep it equal here. But it looks like the team's in very good shape to win this first round. What board is Eric going to be? I had this screen that you can look at here. This is their team, right? So after Aryan would be Eric. So, like, if Aryan rests or Magnus rests, then Eric would move up a board. But in general, he'll be playing board 3. Yeah, there should be more time after 40 moves. 30 minutes, I would guess. Well, Loud, I already know he's not. So I can just tell you. This move looks low T. What about Aryan's game? Okay, this is exactly what we thought was going to happen. Knight d4. Now, I don't fully trust this move, c3. What are the other moves that can be played here? Takes first. Knight takes. Now c3 is not really as convincing. You know? But at the same time, pawn takes. If queen takes, check, pawn here. Position looks so weird. Like, even something like this, I have to assume it's good for white. just because the king is so strangely placed. But knight takes. I think we'll see knight takes. Pawn takes. I mean, the other thing that I haven't really talked about is like, yeah, I mean, we can take here. We can take here. Right, this is good with c3 happening, so there is this as well. Morning, Kilimanjaro. Time is about even here. Black is choosing maybe how to take it back. I don't think you want to play here, although it needs some consideration for sure. Huh. Maybe. Maybe bishop e4. I don't think it's anything too spectacular. Yeah, there's an FM on our screen here, so it's just club based. C3. And if takes, Mr. X Modolinux, what line do you have for me here? Because queen a4, c6, black can hang on for just a bit here. One cool line is rook e1 maybe. And the bishop, I mean, if it moves off this pawn, you're just getting killed. So bishop d5. Takes, and surprisingly, in this position, it looks to me like white wins by playing this move. Huh. The queen has to guard this, or surely it's game over. And there's not really anywhere to do that from. I don't know. All the squares are covered. This looks pretty convincing, this line here. But this is the point, like, white's position is so good, you can do stuff like this. Right, black needs to play moves like this. Then maybe you take here, you've got the bishop hanging, you have this hanging, e7 coming. You know, still, I would never really go for something like this because bishop comes back, queen c6, king f8. And the king's escaping, knight d6. Like, I definitely don't trust it overall. But the point is, those lines are so close to working, it just tells me how good white's position is. Happy as a Hippo, thanks for 29 months. Happy as a Hippo, 71. And of course, we got Kilimanjaro. But he's not just back for 1, 2. He's back for 87 months. Kilimanjaro, 7 years and change. Going on 8. Thank you to Kilimanjaro for the big reset. 87 months. Pretty much since the very beginning. One of the absolute first subs on the channel. Yeah, this is what I was expecting. A5, knight here, and I think that Magnus is trying to play the position a little bit. He doesn't want to allow knight e5 necessarily. He wants to be able to play f5. I think if you go like this, there's a way where you're attacking this pawn and Magnus's knight is stuck defending it, right? So you're hitting 2 pawns here and you can't move the knight to ever connect them because the knight needs to guard the pawn. And you can't move your king to guard the pawn because you need to guard that pawn. So if you get in this position, this might just be winning for white. Do you know what I mean? There's no way to guard this pawn without that. And if you stay here and you stay here, the knight keeps 2 pieces tied down. And then you just bring your king. could be pretty nasty. So he's covering that square, getting ready maybe to play f5. Rook c7 now looks good. White's position, meanwhile, looks very, very good here. This whole opening has just been a massive success for White. Yeah, b6 is a really bad sign for Black. Yeah, White just plays, I assume, knight takes f4 and rook e1, bishop d4. Kind of GG. The only other way to play, which also looks very tempting, is bishop f4 with rook e1 and knight d4. So these two pieces need to end up here or here. Question for me is just like, which one where? Your GF's Tinder date. Thank you for the resub. This looks like a fresh name. A fresh name. 42-month resub. Thanks, buddy. Welcome back. He is disgruntled. Is that just a blunder? I think so. This can just be taken. Also, you can do this. Looks pretty good. Hello, Lil Mill. F5. Well, you know what I want to do here. Queen F4. Eh, 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 eh. Eh, 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 eh. Queen F4. Nobody knows what I'm up to. Probably not the best move, but ever so tempting. Rook e1 also looks really strong to just try to play that. Like rook e1, bishop f8, let's say. Then for sure in this position, I'm immediately looking at rook e7 anyway as a move. And like bishop takes, of course, I could try to play this with knight there, but it's not going to work as well. So I'm thinking of queen h6 immediately. Threatening knight here. But bishop e8, and we're kind of holding the fort for now. So bishop here. Okay, keep the line going. Knight g6, takes, and how do you defend mate? Queen g8 is not possible. So I think if you don't give up on the line there, you can actually get a nice mate out of this. But, you know, this is why you can't necessarily be tempted by, like, queen f4 is making the obvious threat, it's going to get stopped. But rook e1 makes a pretty serious threat of sorts. And if you defend it this way, for sure you're getting killed. So after rook e1, if I'm black, I'm probably thinking more like knight here. Because then I can play knight d4, knight here. It's also covering e7. Then if I go queen f2 to hit this pawn, I mean, black's not really going to bite on allowing this. So maybe queen f8 happens here. But more importantly, if knight e5, taking, it doesn't work the exact same way because it's covered now. And I think this might still be the move. Knight takes. You can't take it. This looks pretty reliable. White's just going to go like knight d5, knight e7. Should be kind of crushing. But if knight here, I'm not sure that either of these moves is necessary. You could just keep piling on knight d5, knight here, and try to go knight g6. And if knight e5, believe me, I'm looking at takes and knight here. Trying to get this one to work. So it's a fun position to calculate, at least. We get to enjoy ourselves. Black just played rook c8, which looks very, very inviting. White's got 34 minutes and a fun position to calculate. This position is moving so slowly. You know, these guys have made not even 16 moves yet. This game just hung a pawn on h4. But still very tense as White's looking to plow through here. If queen back to e7, there's knight c6 stuff. Still interesting. Bishop e6. A very good move. What can we say? Very, very good. I still think knight d5, knight e7 is tempting. If you take here, you can literally resign. And as for this one, yeah, as soon as we saw this position, rook e4 and bishop g5, like, yeah, this one was pretty dead. And there's some trades that can... The worst case for black is he ends up a pawn in some rook endgame position, and maybe it's close to a draw, but after bishop takes, there's no rook takes. So it's got to be queen takes, and after queen takes, White's going to end up with a pawn on e3, which is definitely a weakness. So again, position looks slightly better for black. Aryan, what do we have here? Took, and bishop takes e4. So actually, Aryan has this position on the board right now. He's got 22 minutes. These guys are also only on move 16, but admittedly in this game, things have been a lot more tricky to navigate. So there might be big time pressure in Aryan's game as well. And Magnus. King f6. So I think Magnus is actually playing king f5, king e4. That's what it looks like. Plus, there might be a b5 move later. For now, it seems to drop a pawn. But I will say, to some extent, like, okay, imagine White plays e3. Sometimes you can play moves like this and get away with it. Like b5, knight takes a5, rook c7. And if you take, then you get to take this after. Now, of course, it's a long calculation. I don't think b5 is good, but this is like a way to somehow justify this, because then your knight gets attacked. Now, if you really follow the line, I'm not sure you want to end up here as black, defending this a-pawn. Remains to be seen. But the point is, sometimes a move like b5 can be justified tactically. Something like rook c7. So at the right moment, Magnus might break with b5. I think this is the current idea. King f5, king e4. And let's say white goes here, king f5, f3. Yeah, I mean, I get it. This kind of makes some sense. Stopping that move. But yeah, the thing is, at any moment, I suppose rook c7 is always available. So I don't really see Magnus having too much trouble here. Also, the time pressure on white and the fact he's playing Magnus is probably going to factor in a lot. e7, bishop takes. I don't think he wants buddy castling, that's for sure. All right, are we getting knight e6? Knight e6 takes, rook takes, and is this worth it? I don't particularly like this, but maybe it's the way to go. I feel like there's better here. We can keep the queens on. Like, even a position like this, if you can't castle and your rook's being hit, I find this position to be very close to lost. But it's just not... It's not ticking all the boxes yet, because black always has king f8, king e7. That's a way to get out of things. So Aryan played e7. It's a little weird to me that he played e7 and now he's thinking again. That's not really a good sign. When you've got things worked out, you play e7, they capture, and you got your next move. So I find it a little weird that he's thinking right now. Yeah, something like that, Jason Taylor, exactly. If not knight e6, then what, though? I mean, we talked about this, but that was when we had our pawn. If we don't have our pawn, this move doesn't make a lot of sense. Wow. Queen g4. Yukamiv1, thanks for the prime for 9 months. Okay, queen g4. First of all, if takes here, I think the plan is knight e6. It's a lot of stuff hanging. Thank you, AB Shakespeare. Figured I could get a guy like you, catch your attention, you know? 10 subs from AB. Thank you, AB Shakespeare. Alexa Morningstar. I think you're misusing the term. I think you might be misusing the term. If anything, seeing a move like this from a player, when things are kind of just like hanging everywhere, it's just the opposite of artificial. In fact, I would say this move is extremely concrete. If something's artificial, like you're playing it, maybe it looks good or it feels wrong, like it just, there's not really a lot of hard justification for the move. Or it's a temporary solution, not a long-term solution. It's a little artificial. But when you see a move like Queen G4, it's actually the opposite. It's very concrete. Meaning that Queen G4 is either a great move or it's probably a terrible move. There's not really in between. When there's so many pieces like just loose here that can be captured, then I think moves like this get called concrete, not artificial. Muddy Waters. It's funny, it's like Muddy Waters L, but it kind of looks like Muddy Waters exclamation mark. Muddy Waters, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. Following AB Shakespeare. Is this also for, is this for my hoodie? Thank you, Muddy. What is Eric doing in Austria? He's playing on Magnus's team in the European Club Cup. Isn't Eric playing? He's just not playing today. It's very common in team events. Like the team is 8 players, only 6 players play each day, each round. So it's very common that, you know, you're gonna get a rest day, you don't want to get tired, play every day. Eric just flew across the world, so they decided to rest him for round 1. I think Eric's probably fine to play. Maybe it was a team decision, maybe it was a coach or captain decision, maybe Eric said you want to, who knows? I don't really know. But makes sense to me that if a guy flies across the world, maybe you don't play him first round. Just a thought. Whoa, what? Did we really see all this happen? Isn't this crazy? All these moves just happened all of a sudden. Here, queen takes, bishop d6, knight c7. So Aryan had this one ready. Bishop takes, queen c6. Right, if king here, there's going to be check, queen takes, rook's going to be hanging, rook's coming, etc. King d8, queen takes f6, king d7, bishop e6, king c6, bishop f5, king d5, and the game is over. That was the game. The game just ended. And the thing is, I don't think we got too much of a delay there. Aryan looked like he pretty much just calculated that out. Because if you look at the move times here, they're all pretty much instant for white. Yeah, this looked really bad for black. Basically lost. The thing is, if the queen goes somewhere else, like e7, then when you take this bishop, you're hitting the rook. You know what I mean? So if you're hitting the rook, then you're just gonna end up winning a piece. Like queen here, takes, I hit the rook, you gotta defend it, and then you're just down a piece, for example. Or pawn takes. But that's why black chose this, because it defends the rook. But now, you're dealing with like queen c6, you're dealing with knight takes c7, queen c8, or queen a8 stuff. Black goes here. Knight takes c7. If queen takes a8. The best you're going to do as black is maybe trade queens, but you'll lose both of these pawns. You'll lose the game for sure. Black takes. And after queen c6, all this is forced, by the way. King here is not a very smart move because you'll lose this with check, and that's, again, forced. King here, well, there's queen check. And again, if you go here, it's the same line. So the only move to calculate is king here. And then whether it's king here and king here, like up and then down, it's the same as king here, right? It doesn't matter if the queen's on e6 right now or not. Aryan would still play this move. Again, this is a simple fork, so the king must go to that square. But then after this check, if the king, well, first of all, it can't go to those two squares. But if it goes down, you'll lose this rook with check, right? So the king, once again, must journey upwards. And then I'm taking this with check. And if the king stays on a light square or blocks with the bishop, bishop e4 will win that rook. You know, if the king goes to b5, for sure there's going to be a checkmate. And so the king went to d5, not because he played king d5, but because of the old DGT rule. After the game, you take the two kings, you put them in the middle of the board, and white's king goes on e4 to say that white won the game, and black's king goes on d5 to say that black lost the game. That's just the arrangement of kings at the end of the game. So he didn't actually play king d5. Aryan played bishop takes here, and black resigned, basically. But that was a disgusting calculation, eh? What does the engine think of that? First of all, e7, best move. Queen g4, queen e2, very similar ideas. I like queen g4 more, honestly. Bishop c5, knight e6. And yeah, queen b8. It should have been queen c8, but knight takes c7, queen c6, and you're not going to do much against Buddy Tari when he's playing the top line. And he's putting you in a coffin here. This was a pretty nasty game, right? Start to finish, it was a crush, but still watching a very strong player put the finishing touches on a game is impressive to see. Yeah, I mean, look at the opening, right? As soon as we saw this, I knew that Tari was going to be just pummeling him this game. Just pummeling him. Yeah, so honestly, I thought here maybe this wasn't the right way, but I was convinced when I saw Tari do it. I was like, okay, I understand. b4, really liked it. All right, a4, bishop c4, and black's position was just cancerous the entire game. Yeah, e7 and queen g4 though, that's high level. That's a really, really cool idea. And then he just crushed from there. Yeah. Nasty. That was a really nice game. That was a really nice game. So, a point for Magnus's team. Speaking of Magnus. By the way, I expect Magnus to have winning chances here. I think White's been better the whole game. And I really mean that. Like, if you look at Magnus's game, he's been slightly worse, I think, pretty much since the opening. Like, slightly worse. Not like a problem, but annoying. But I still think Magnus has, like, honestly, chances to win here. He's just that kind of guy. Yeah, how many moves was Tari's game, eh? 25 moves, but it was dead after 20. Okay, meanwhile on this game, black is like so cleanly up here. Ahead a pawn, white's got a weak pawn as well. Very good shape on that board. As for this one, we saw this move. He brought the knight back into the game. And it looks like he's just been rerouting ever since. Nasty. He just won the game. He just won the game. I mean, this was very one-sided, but clean. Oof. Queen e6 is... Yeah, that's nasty. Well, you're not going to stand a chance with those pawns. That's for sure. So, they're up 2-0 here. All for Spill. This position has been fairly nice for black. He won a pawn a couple moves ago. He seems to be better. White's position has looked good for a while here. They're on move 17. And they've only got 12 minutes apiece left. 19 months, Bradley Chess. Thanks for the reset, buddy. Now you can get your KOs in. Eric's not playing today, but he will be playing tomorrow. So we looked at those 2 games, and then, yeah, Magnus's game is the other one. So there's 4 more games. As a team, All for Spill only needs, 1.5 points to win the match, but I suspect they will have much more than that in hand. Aryan's game was really nasty. Jeez, that was fun to watch. Lose on 12. Thank you, buddy. That sounds like what I've been doing in Blitz lately. Losing. Appreciate the prime from ya. Seth, it's the European Club Cup. European Club Cup. Teams from Europe, like chess clubs, make rosters based on local players and imported players. So you don't have to be from that particular city or living there in order to play on the team. Think of it like Pro Chess League. Think of it like even sports teams, right? You can pay players to play for your club. So they don't all have to be from the same town and like just a bunch of buddies from the local club, right? There are teams that just pay very strong players to play for their team. Is there Yankees of clubs? Yeah, to a degree. There used to be a European club. Let me see if I can. Here we go. So, trying to find some articles, but this is what you need to know. There's a few things like OSG Baden-Baden. This is in the Bundesliga, so within Germany there's like a league that plays chess and there's teams, but Baden-Baden is for sure the strongest team. Like this is their roster, right? They have like Wojtaszek, Rapport, Adams. This is from 2021, this article. Back row, Kazimjana, Movsisyan, whatever. And I think Anand is also on the team as well. And I know there was a period of time where Baden-Baden was so much the top team in the world that what they did was they paid Magnus. They paid Magnus basically to like chill on their roster so that other teams couldn't have him. And I think maybe he played like 1 or 2 matches, but almost like very rarely. So he just had like, it's just on their roster, payroll bra, so that other people can't have him. But there's a lot of money in this OSG Baden-Baden team. This is in the Bundesliga. In the tournament that we're looking at right now, this is I mean, obviously there's the #1 seed, so it's this team. I don't think they're like crazy stacked, but obviously they're the strongest team in this particular tournament that we're in right now. Anand, Rapport, Bogdan Deak, who's like very, very strong, improving junior. Gukash, Nisipiano, Sargsyan, Duplescu, and a younger player, David Gavrilescu. So some strong people. But in general, the biggest powerhouse money spending club in the world is Baden-Baden. If you want to look them up. Yes, OSG Baden-Baden, the strongest chess team in the world. Very strong. That's right, AB. Pro Chess League is similar. I mean, even you guys have seen the Olympiad, right? Right? You guys have seen this? So obviously in the Olympiad, top 4 players plus a sub play for your team. And so in the US, you've got a situation like this where you've got Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana, Dominguez, Wesley So, and of course they're all American, but they've been purchased, right? They've been brought to Team USA. Like Wesley was playing for the Philippines. Fabiano, although quite American, was playing for Italy at some point. Aronian playing for Armenia. Dominguez, Cuban, right? All these people played Olympiads for like other teams. Not NACA, but the others. They all played for other teams. So the point is like the same thing with these club tournaments and the same thing with this team chess event, the Olympiad. Yeah, you can just pay for the strongest players to join your federation or join your club, etc. Yep, Murica. Money, Murica. Dimple, thanks for the 14 months. And Svarg 42. Thanks for the 8-month resub. Team Canada is funnier, Mattis, because Team Canada doesn't have a lot of Canadian players on it, except we don't pay them. So we have a team of people that are not necessarily Canadian, but we don't pay them anything. So they just show up. They're like, is first board available? Yeah, fuck it, I'll play. Poverty. Nimzo Bo. Well, that's a big resub. Right on the dot, 7 years. 84 months from Nimzo Bo. Speaking of Eric's team offer spill, Nimzo Bo from Norway with the resub. Yeah, Pranav. You got to lock up Pranav, Dr. Lord Mayonnaise. Yeah, Rook E4. And then I guess the queen will, or the bishop will just come back. So there's a couple games left. 2 games done, 2-0 for offer spill right now. This game looks like it's getting into time pressure. The guys have only played 20 moves. I assume they need to get to move 40, so might see some crazy stuff happening on the last board. As for this, well, there's issues on the G2 square here with checkmate in 1, and you can't take this. So this looks better and better for black. Might see a win there as well. This position, although time is ticking, we're very close to move 40, and I don't think it's difficult for black to play this. And then Magnus just drew his game. This is, again, this is why I said at the start of the show, I said your best chance to draw Magnus Carlsen is probably in a team event. because the strongest player, like it's very common for a club or a city or a country to have like a very strong player. And then the reason they'll lose the match is because of the other boards, right? So in this case, take board 1, for example. Magnus Carlsen's against a 2550. And then you go down near the bottom of the table and you've got a 2500 playing basically a 2200. You've got Aryan 2650 playing a 2300. A difference of 300 rating points that is from 28 to 25 is much less significant than 300 points from 25 to 22 or 2650 to 2300. So it's much easier for a 2600 to beat a 2300 than a 2800 to beat a 2500, which means in these team events, often you'll see the top boards maybe draw or just try to hold strong because they know that they're such big favorites on the lower boards. So that's why team events are terrible for rating. Magnus is board 1. He's probably going to draw a decent amount of games and he knows his team is going to win, but it's a little bit annoying for him, I bet, because yes, of course he wants to play, but he's competitive about his rating. They do, Matt, but only in the case of a tie. It's hard to have ties like that. So of course the game points matter. First and foremost is match points and then game points. But you're not going to go crazy pushing for an extra half point when you're probably going to win the match, like 5-1 or 5.5 to half. No, it's quite the opposite, Solomon. Think of it like this. Pick a sport. I don't know what it is. You know, let's say that it's football or something, right? You know, let's say the sport is football and you're like, there's somebody who's been playing football for 10 years and someone who's been playing football for 7 years. And then there's someone who's been playing football for 1 year and someone who's been playing football for 10 days. The difference between 10 days and a year is so much greater than 7 years and 10 years. So the difference at the top is going to be far less significant and you won't be able to tell as much between them. Like when Magnus plays a 2600, that's still an incredibly good chess player. The differences and the skill gap between is very nuanced and very tough to beat those players anyway. But, you know, a 2100 versus a 2500, 2500 should be winning almost every game. Eric will play tomorrow. He didn't play in today's match. So Magnus drew. Aryan won. Aryan won a really nice game. Nice KO. Urkdal also won. Christensen is playing here. Johann Sebastian. He's got a great position. He's up a pawn. I expect him to convert against the CM here. And then on the last two boards, looks like black is kind of starting to crush here. And white has been dominating this game since the start. So realistically, 5.5 to half looks like a normal score. I mean, here's a good example right here, guys. You know, take this match, for example, right? This is the team match. So you've got Anand at the top board, right? He's playing Hjartarson. Now, Hjartarson is like, he's a legend. He's an older guy, but he's sturdy. He's 2450. He has the white pieces against Anand. He's going to play a solid game. They liquidate most of the pieces, right? Trade, and they agree to a draw. Anand doesn't care, right? He's 300 points higher rated. okay, the guy's a good player. He's a GM. He has the white pieces. Tough to win on demand. Then you take a look at last board. You have an international master who's like a younger, like improving kid. He's 2,500 plus, and he's playing literally at 2,000, right? So of course it makes more sense that, you know, Anand, yeah, just draw your game, buddy. Don't worry. I mean, we're playing at 2,000 on the last board. I think we can pick up some points here. So this is a pretty good illustration right here of what I mean. Exactly, man. Minus 3.4 elo for Magnus. It's brutal. It's brutal for these results. For drawing. A 2550 no less. So anyway, it looks like a very clean win for Eric's team right now. It does look comfortable. The club that Eric's playing for is called Offerspill. You probably heard of it. Club that Magnus Carlsen started and popularized. And Eric will be playing in tomorrow's game. I think the games ended up starting around 8:30 a.m. Eastern time today. Yeah, Tomenheim. I mean, it's very likely in the sense, like, Magnus and Ludwig are good friends, and I think it's definitely possible. Well, Solomon, the point is we don't know, right? I said Eric's playing tomorrow. First of all, the matches aren't even done today, so obviously we don't know the pairings for tomorrow, because the pairings depend on the situation. Who's playing who's going to be paired against them. But also, I don't know, maybe Magnus doesn't play tomorrow. Maybe Aryan doesn't play tomorrow. So it's not necessarily guaranteed that Eric plays board 3 either. He could be playing board 2, maybe board 1 if they both don't play. So, unpredictable. Yes, Magnus drew Diener. Prime for 3 years. What's up, Diener? Thanks for the reset, buddy. Also, 2 years going on 3. 25 months for Bob the Ninja 23. Thank you to Bob. F5 E4 doesn't look necessary to allow. Maybe King G8 or something. Queen C5. I think Black is just trying to make time control. He's got a minute. They're on move 39 here, so, you know, you make 2 more moves here, you get time control, then you have way more time to think. Not an official title there, that CRZ. Yeah, Super GM is like as official of a title as it can get without being official. I think generally Super GM kind of gets applied to, I think people loosely apply it to 2,700 plus, but I think it really applies to 2,750 plus. But no, it's not like an official title. Yeah, the pressure here is quite annoying. Like, rook a1 is a real lame move to play. Mattis 1337. And I tell you, that's not just any resub. Every tier 3 sub from Mattis gets documented straight into the spreadsheet. We have to keep track of our Alberta retention. Thank you, Mattis, for the tier 3 resub for half a century. Queen f4 and draw. I'm not so sure queen f4 is just a draw. Takes, rook takes, black plays like f5, and I think goes on to win that game. Or rook check and f5. Now, if e4, rook d4 looks good, I'm about to play rook here, or rook a1, bring my king. This looks close to lost. Because you can keep the rook tied down here. So this looks pretty painful, I think. Or more to the point might even be this move, but you get the idea. Yeah, if the queen trade happens, I think black's actually doing really well. Also, for the most part, even if it is a draw, I suspect a GM would beat a CM here, just because I don't expect to see flawless technique in a rook endgame out of white. Black is ahead how many pawns? Just 2. Okay. 2 pawns. This is on the table. Yeah, this looks really good for black. I'm not sure I would take it though. But should see another win for the team there. These guys, 6 minutes apiece. They're only on move 25, so about to see some sort of time pressure. CM is candidate master. Mice Creek, what are you talking about, dude? Is this the biggest well actually we've ever seen? Someone resubbed for 50 months. And I said, haha, thanks for subbing for half a century. What are you like, what the fuck are you even talking about, buddy? What? But the thing is, you're even saying that I mistakenly said a century instead of a decade. If I said a decade, then I would be saying 5 years. I said a century, aka 100 years, half a century, 50. He did 50 months, so it's like 50 years. You're not even correcting me. You're saying I should have said a decade, which would be 5 years, which wouldn't even make sense. You're not even correcting properly. So I don't know what you're on about, but I think this is what we talk about when we talk about, you know, just general autism in chess. This is it. This is like this nitpicking right here. This is what we refer to. We're witnessing it. Maybe we should make it a t-shirt, yeah. Maybe you guys would all buy that t-shirt. I'm waiting for these guys to really do a time scramble. You'd come to a Chessbrah meetup and buy that t-shirt? Good to know. I'll get it in the works. I'll get it in the works. Meetup and t-shirt Inc. Yeah, Eric didn't play this round. He'll be playing tomorrow. You don't think these guys are making time control? I think they will. They won't be making it probably with great moves, but do I think they're going to last 15 moves? I want to say yes. I want to say yes. You might be right, though. White's position is starting to get really, really, really good. Well, at least I got one confirmed purchase, eh, Mice Greek? Thank goodness. What's happening here? Yes, some improvements here. Okay, Black made time control. Looks very nice. This was the win earlier. Yeah, I actually think that we're going to get 5.5 to half here. This game seems to be the most interesting at the moment. Correct, Stu. Hello, Amanda. We'll see if you're right, the Crispin. I actually think you might be. They need to make 13 moves here. 13 moves each. Yeah, it's not really his decision, though, Salky. When you're playing for another team, another club, not your choice. Bishop h2. I thought bishop h2 and maybe knight d4 to take this bishop. But of course, this is a pawn. Knight takes d6. Knight takes, then the queen's gone. So I think you don't have much of a choice here. You got to take. This tournament is 7 rounds and it's Swiss. 7-round Swiss pairing system. Which means you wait for all the results of the round to be done and submitted, and you use them to pair the next round. The teams that win play against the teams that win for the most part, and the teams that lose play against the teams that lose. So you're not always playing necessarily. It's not like the strongest plays the strongest always. It's whoever has the most points plays the team with the most points. So if an underdog wins, then they'll be at the top of the tournament table. So it's whoever's doing well in the tournament against other people there doing just as well. It's not like a closed tournament. You'll see closed tournaments sometimes. Those ones you know the pairings in advance. Like if I'm playing a 9-round closed tournament with 10 players, obviously I don't play against myself. I play against everybody else, 9 rounds. And usually I know who I'm playing on what day. So the pairings are done in advance. But for Swiss tournaments, they're done day by day. It hasn't been revealed yet, Talmenheim. That's the best part. It remains a urban myth, legend. Thus far, at least. Yeah, I think that's the only move. Taking here just gets clapped. So, I suspect knight takes. And white's completely winning, but I think this will last more than 40 moves. Although it'll be close, I tell you. Bishop back here. That looks pretty nasty. We can check Stu. Not sure. Certainly the only Canadian, but I mean there must be some players from like there must be one, like at least one American player, I want to say. Maybe you could just see the starting rank list of players. That'll be easier. None of them are jumping out at the moment. Maybe I passed an American flag. I'm not looking at every single one, but oh, never mind. This isn't even flags. Oh, this is annoying. I thought this was going to be flags of players, but this is flags of the club, so it's even harder to see. Yeah, you literally have to click. Yeah, that's annoying. It's the flag of where the team club is from, not where the players are from. Now, in most cases, it's the exact same, but not always. So, like Anand from Romania here is not true. So I have to look at this, which is not as satisfying. And looking at this is like not as comfortable for my eyes. It's easier to spot a US flag here. So I don't know. You guys can check it out. If it ain't visual, I don't care. Control F for USA. Go for it. Go for it. I stopped caring as soon as the flags worked there. But it's on chess results, so it is at your fingertips, dear chess fans. "25 months, Johnny Sniper with Prime." Queen takes here doesn't look particularly great. Knight takes f5, another move. Even knight takes h5 can be played. White probably has objectively 3 very decent moves here. Thanks again, Johnny Sniper. 25 months with Prime. Is that right, Adam Hart Lover? There you go. I mean, as you can imagine, European Club Cup, not going to attract too many North Americans. So knight takes h5. I'm threatening this. If queen takes here, then you take here, and you're going to win this after takes. So the only move appears to be taking here. But then queen takes, bishop takes h3. Because again, if you take here, you're just lost. So
Bishop h3, but then queen e4 looks good enough, but also bishop g3 maybe is available. Yeah, queen e4 looks reliable. Queen e4. There is still rook g6. It's not totally over. Yeah, rook f6 though, and you don't care about that. And if king here, then bishop e5. That should do it. Yeah, he's played knight h5. I think this is the best one because you have knight f6 check here. Takes here, and I think the job is very easy now, and you are definitely going to be right that we're not making time control, not in this one. Because I think you just take here now, right? Isn't this obvious? Should be resigns here. Just drop in a piece. This position is way more of a grind, but Black has done such a good job guarding his only weakness, guarding the checking diagonal, hitting White's weakness, and X-raying the rook here. Queen is on probably the best square it's going to be on. Rook a2. I think Black's done a really good job here. Again, in this game, Black's probably done a really good job as well. Yeah, the king is safe, most importantly. So, is this game still going? Oh, wow. I gotta say, I didn't even consider this. I saw this for a sec, and I was like, okay, rook f2. But, to be fair, he's looking at this. And unluckily, there's no way to like force a trade. You're still up like 2 connected pass bonds because these guys are useless, but I don't think there's a way to force a queen trade. Totally winning, but I don't think you can force the queens. So rook takes g2. You could also move the king. I know it looks really weird. If black tries to go mate you, then I think you can reverse it. So rook takes g2. This is still a game. This is still a game. He takes it. All right, what's the trick? Any queen trade will win the game. So for example here, rook g5, you must take. You know, you can think about this, but there's just no way to force these queens off the board. Like, black's not going to do this. Even if this, now this is probably even losing for white, so you got to be careful. But the dream is to just trade these queens here. Not allowing this. Yeah, you can't force a queen trade from what I can see. So then what? So then what? Isn't this still a game here? All of a sudden, white's like should be winning, but it's not completely clear. It's annoying, right? And you have to work all of a sudden. God, I hate that. He's gonna play like queen d2 maybe?
You're gonna have to deal with checks though. I kind of like queen d4 and just go up. Only check is back to g6, and I don't know, just start booking it from there. I feel like you'll always be able to cover the checks. Yeah, white's gonna have to work hard. I talked about finishing before move 40. That's definitely not gonna happen now. No shot. I somehow forgot about rook takes g2. I think he did as well. It's definitely not gonna be a draw, but yeah, okay, black better go here. It's a waste of all that effort to go here, and allow queen e6 check, so. You don't want to allow a queen trade. King h8. And white can't just go take a pawn because then queen check. And remember, there's still 4 moves till time control, so white has to play relatively quickly here. This game is moving really slowly because they've made time control. This game as well is, yeah, in fact, it is past time control now. Black looks really solid with the outside pass pawn, but it is a queen endgame. And you see black's played king h8, king h7, but white is happy to give some checks to get closer to time control. Yeah, I thought king f1 was tricky, sleazy. Objectively, I think king f1 was the best move. You know, Mattis, I'd like to think that stipulated in my contract, I have to secure the match win. You know, right now, it's just not there yet. But after the conclusion of this game, we can confirm the announcement, the huge announcement that 3.5 points have been secured for offer spill and the match win. Mattis, you've been here since the beginning. I'm sure this means a lot to you. But 3.5 points have been secured out of 6. So it's impossible for the other team to come back. A big victory. A big victory. Aryan got a win. Urkdal with a win. And this game just ended, obviously, with this pawn being way too close. Yeah, 3.5 points. Big dub. Big dub. Eric will be playing tomorrow. Games should... I mean, they started today at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. And what are we? Just about 12 noon right now. So, yeah, 3-4 hours. Pretty normal for OTB chess game. But also, if the game made time control, probably it would have another hour in it at least. This one's still going. Yeah, this looks pretty like good technique. I think the king just makes it up the board if black ever gives checks like that, so. Should be a win here as well. And this one is going to be a super long game. Also probably a very, very tiresome conversion. So I imagine this one will be a dub. For now, Pastor, exactly. So round 1. So these are the pairings. Yes, Viking Chess Club. Go Iceland. So yeah, offer spill, ranked 7th overall, was playing a team ranked 42nd. So really heavy favorites, but I believe they'll win, should be 5.5 to half. And they'll win round 1. And okay, I guess in the next round, if they're playing 42 right now, maybe they'll play someone around 20, 21. So I'm curious who that's going to be. I feel like they'll play a team, you know, something like this. Like this team or this team, like those kind of ratings. A more balanced team. So there'll be like some 2300s, 24, 25. Obviously, there'll be rating favorites for sure on probably almost every board. But still, I think they'll play one of these very balanced teams next. 23, 24, 2500 range. Like a team like this is pretty tricky, you know? Just every board is pretty much a 2400. That's a tough team. You're going to be rating favorites on some boards, but you know, any 2400 is a solid player. Lo and behold, myself. There is another team, by the way, from Norway. I think there might even be like a few. Because obviously Magnus's club is not the only Norwegian chess club. Here's another one, right? Same thing for other countries. It's not like only one club per country is in this tournament. There are many. Wow, congrats there, Deep Glue. Huge result. Beat a 2000 in the Chess.com Saturday Marathon. Congrats, buddy. I honestly think more people might care about that result than whether or not Lucas Rinaldi beats Jan Varpanen. And I mean that. But there we go. The boys have got the win. Offerspiel with the W. And the next games, it says on chess.com 9 a.m. But today the games were live at 8:30, so I'm not sure what this is. Maybe like, I don't know, some generous time. Maybe they didn't know the exact time it would start, but 8:30 a.m. every day. And then I'm not sure what we're gonna do about this one, guys. This is this one's a little disturbing. 5 a.m., aka probably 4:30. Not so sure what we're gonna do about this one, but if they're playing for first place, you'll probably catch the stream. Party the night before and stay up. Yeah, maybe we can put Big Dill on in the commentary. If I was in Calgary, this would be 2:30 a.m., which is actually easier. Like, I truly believe 4 or 5 a.m. is the worst time for anything to happen. Give me 2 a.m. or give me 8 a.m. Right? I'd rather in either direction, just something. 4 or 5 a.m. is the worst. It really is. Make it earlier in the evening so I can just stay up for it, or make it earlier in the morning so that I can go to sleep and wake up. 4 or 5 a.m. is brutal. Brutal. So, see you guys tomorrow, I hope, for more commentary. I'm going to just take a short break right now. Keep the stream going. But a short break post commentary. Eric is going to play tomorrow for sure. So not only will most likely Magnus and Arjen be playing, but also Eric. So we'll be a little more invested tomorrow. All right. So commentary tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Eastern. That's when it'll be. And Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I can guarantee those. This one we'll have to see. 5 a.m. We'll have to see.
All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. It's now officially not morning here in Eastern time. It's been an early wake up, but we may as well keep saying hello to our European viewers here. They don't get to see streams this early this often, you know? So, give me a few minutes. The team won. Aryan had a really sick KO. We can look at it when I'm back. One more time, but it was really nice. And I'll be back in a few minutes, so stay where you are. Team 1, Eric will be playing tomorrow. Commentary 8:30 a.m. Eastern. I'll keep the stream on for the moment. BRB.
We back. We are back. Ignite, thanks for the 2 months with Prime. Welcome back, buddy. Hey, Mookie Mage. Not a fan of the chess, Mookie Mage. What did you have in mind? Any stream ideas, Mookie? What do you think we should stream today, if not chess? 32 Cutter Street, thanks for the 9 months with Prime as well. Welcome back. Hello, Milan. Catch. A Swag Master B. World of Warcraft, eh? Mattis, I'm a high value guy. You gotta pay me. No, Jake. Jake, I said we'd update ya when we have information. I don't have information. Otherwise, I'd let you guys know. Of course. Of course. World of Warcraft. I don't think I can do it, Mookie Mage. Hello, Lolly. I have an October goal of trying to hit 2,900 blitz as well. Decided. We can make the bet. We can officialize the bet with a command, perhaps. But something tells me that guys like Mattis might really look forward to me not hitting 2,900. Because I've made a bet. I made a bet with Dr. Lord Mayonnaise. So we can officialize it with a command. However, if I don't complete it, then we're going to allot a very specific amount of money, more money than I'd like to admit, to a, let's just call it a shopping spree, where unfortunately I have to purchase whatever you guys have in mind. And with this being the month of October, I also thought, you know, to some degree, we may even be able to end it a little early and select a Halloween outfit. And I'm a little frightened to... Let's just say I'm a little frightened to even make this command, because I figure there's going to be some pretty serious ideas. So let's make this. Exclamation mark 2,900. Slutty nurse costume. Believe me, slutty nurse costume is probably... That's probably a W for me. All right. All right, it's been added. It's been added. Sashika, thanks for the 11 months. I just gotta put that in writing because I made a bet with Dr. Lord Mayonnaise. A 100 sub bet. It's been a bit of a cock tease for too long, right? What is this? 28.99, right? The edgers. But if we can get to 28.99, we can get the 2,900. Obviously, but it would also be good training for... Oh, I am going to have to play some chess. I know you guys are focused chess boxing on the boxing, but I am going to have to play some chess. We did, Crane. We did. Round 1 dub. Eric didn't play today, but he will be playing tomorrow morning. We're at 2750, so a pretty fair starting point. But this is the pain right here. 28.99. And 28.99, boom, 26.77. You see how quickly it can turn around in just a week. 26.77, 28.99. That is the story of my life. Honestly, Mattis, I hope you're right. I honestly hope you're right. But maybe it's more like what I was saying earlier. I was saying in the Club Cup, you know, there's a team in Germany called OSG Baden-Baden, and at some point they had Magnus on their roster but never even played him. They paid him to sit there but never really played him just so other teams couldn't have him. And I believe that the same treatment could be happening to Eric Hansen right now. He's a top commodity for these European clubs, and no doubt the offers were flying in to have Hansen, but Offerspill said, you know what, we're going to secure Hansen, have him come over, team morale, group fun, help the boys. I think that's what's happening right now. Offerspill, Mr. Wild Hacks. We need the rodents waking up earlier in the morning so they actually catch the stream. It's important. You know, you got to stay up to date with the Chiefs' whereabouts. No, Penn MC. I'm not sure who does. Like, it is technically his club, but I'm sure they have a manager or like someone who makes those decisions. I'm sure Magnus makes the decision on whether he plays or not, though. If Magnus doesn't feel like playing, I don't think he's going to play. Hickey's Club? What do you mean Hickey's Club? I think Hickey's Club is called the Hikaru Fan Club, Wild Hacks. That's the club that Hickey's maintaining at the moment, sinking his hours into. Mookie Mage, I'm not fighting Ludwig, buddy. Different guy, but he's putting on the event. He's putting on the event. All right. It's his event, Mookie Mage, but I'm fighting someone else. Check our announcement. There's all the info online. Check our latest, well, one of our latest YouTube videos. The whole announcement is there. I do. Extincture. I know where the Chess.com finals are being held in Toronto. But as they've not announced it, I certainly won't announce it myself. But I do know where it's being held, and I think it's a great location. I'm a big fan of it.
Am I gonna attend? Well, I'll do more than attend. I'll be working the front lines, commentating. Hello, Orbis. Madison Pub, yeah. Big Madison Pub. Get Hickey out to the Madison. Hickey out to Brass Rail. Hickey might not be taller than the Brass Rail in Brass Rail. You gotta be this tall to ride this ride. Eric didn't play today at Orbis. Let's see if we can at least win the first game of our month. Untitled. No avatar. I love it. I love it. Indeed, Mr. PH. Yes. But yeah, Eric will be playing tomorrow. It'll be his first game for the club. That's right, Mookie Mage. Okay. D5. A major beast move. Huh. Probably just have to go back. Yes, 2900 is it's a scary command. As you all know, I've never been 2900. Not a big fan of F5 here. But I gotta do something. So he's inviting this. He's okay with this, eh? Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Queen E8, H5. Suppose we have to go here now. Wanted to play H5, but alas, it's not so easy. These positions are never straightforward. Okay, queen here and this pawn. Is that the target? I'm gonna have to play rook b8. e5, there's always knight a5. Not a great position. I do have g4 next. Gotta take that. Here, b5, I suppose. F3. Bishop h6 kind of looks tempting. My time. Gotta be rook takes. I'm gonna take on b4. Push this guy. Ah, my opponent's calling me a lucky clown. Lucky clown. Got away with one there. Lucky clown. Feels bad. But a great first game. The immediate secure. Against no title, no avatar. I'm telling you. They really messaged, yeah. Like chatted during the game, you know? Very normal. Very normal for guys like me that flag my opponents. You're gonna get messages like that. I'm happy to do it. Okay. 2850 IM. Frightening to say the least. This is a spot that could go very wrong. Here. Bishop g4 there. I think bishop back to e3 is what we want to do. Yeah, he goes there, but I don't think we care about that. Okay, castle, maybe knight e1 and trade, go for f4. Not sure about this move. Queen c7. We'll have to deal with this pawn. And, you know, g3, h4 doesn't feel great. I think queen c7 might have been better than this. Wow. Stop it. Well, we gotta take this, right? Gotta take this. So takes, we can take on d5, takes here, and of course not knight takes, that would allow this. But king takes. The issue is f4. That's the one I don't like. Yeah. On to f4. At the end of everything. So do I not even get a pawn out of this? That sucks. I thought I was at least getting this guy. Let's go here. Take this like that. My instinct was king takes for some reason. Okay. Queen takes here is the idea. I can't let him play f3, right? That's too easy. Check. Take here. I think my position actually has some chances. Very low on time. Some chances. Queen f3, queen f4. Also this pawn. This move probably would have been good. It's probably. I mean, of course, it's winning there, but I think smart plays you just take the draw. I don't think I can force the win immediately. It's a good draw. I mean, a6 was a crazy move. It's also possible that I should have played queen d6. I was gonna play it anyway, but I got so attracted to this knight b6 move. But queen d6 is like also really good looking. Yeah, queen d6. I guess there's like b5. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, knight b6. Ugh. Not bad. +2, we take those. Yeah, but he doesn't want to play again. That's what I'm saying. It's the untitled no avatars. They want to play again. They want more games. The 2850 IMs. Those are the guys I can't keep playing. Why couldn't I take on d5? Well, my bishop was going to get trapped with f4, and there would be bishop h2 tricks to win my queen. Okay, 2750 FM. The music might need some tempo to it, a little bit up tempo, although it's fine for now. Okay, what? Knight a4. This is the theory. This is what they do. This is what they do. Now, if we can get a position where our knight ends up here, great, but I don't think he's going to be so accommodating. I thought he was going to play bishop there. He plays this. I feel like that's not the move because our knight gets to d4. You know, how can I complain about a knight on a square like that? Yeah, that means it has to be good. Knight d4, knight against bishop. Even got pawns on dark squares here. Queen c7. Very tempting to take that. Takes, knight d4. I mean, that's basically a move you play straight away. Yeah. We can't not do this. Queen here and rook there happens pretty quickly. And it's definitely something. Yeah, it's a good move. More or less have to do this. And I think king g2, rook here, queen e4, d5 is what I want to do. Hello, Jeff. So we get to take this maybe. Try to play d4. Of course, we didn't have to do all this. Could have just put my knight on d4, nice and simple. But I don't know. This is tough to refuse. This is tough to refuse. So if we go here, the queen only has a couple squares, but the point is we kind of want the pressure there. Knight takes f3 looks like the move, and just play this next. If check, the king goes there. We're not really, we only have mate threats. So I think we'll do this. d4 is a strong idea. He almost will play rook there because I think he wants to trade queens. Check, king h1 is still, you know, he's still defending actually. Okay, well, d4 should pretty much be close to the end of the game. Just check. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to lead to mate. Because it's double check, these two moves. Knight e1, queen g2, knight f3. Yeah, check. Queen g2, and then knight f3. And pawn mates, rook mates, queen mates. Mates everywhere there. Take your pick. Take your pick. Yeah, +8. Big +8, Redson. We don't always get a +8. That's a lot. Knight f6. I guess we'll go queen h4. Oh, long castle here. Looks like fun. Bishop d3. Here in g4, g5 also kind of looks interesting. I feel like I want to try it. Queen takes a2, g4, e5, high T, high T. Okay. uh I guess I don't know. We're saying everything's covered here. Is that it? Hmm. I'm not sure I trust this move, but there goes g4. Yeah, that looks pretty good as well. All right, now we're really all in here. Bishop takes, rook e5, rook g1. Yeah, knight takes. I didn't get there. I didn't quite get that far, my guy. Can we do this? Maybe not quite. Start with this. Nice and simple. Ooh, that move doesn't look friendly. Man. Queen trade. Not at this junction. That might be too much. Might be too much to handle. Especially because my threats are few and far between here. Yeah, it's not much here. There's not much here. Oh, forgot about the rook. That was a dead position though. I think there was something there, but I couldn't find it. I didn't trust Black's position, but similarly, I didn't see anything. Or at least I wasn't finding it. So we went for probably a little bit too much there. A3, we'll take. It could have been nice. I think I missed stuff. I wonder what the engine thought. I mean, the thing is, I used all my time, I didn't see anything. So the whole point of that was kind of to go all in and we still didn't find it. So I'm not sure if it was there in the first place. Intuition could have just been totally off. And no, there's no increment here, Frank. Not on my games. 3-0. Okay, knight f6. Let's stop this. Bishop d4 is a nice move. e4 is probably not really hanging here because of d7, so I do need to castle. Here, I thought we'd just take this, though. Yeah, he has knight d3, but... I mean, I can't not play bishop f4. Right? Doesn't it look so good? Bishop f4, knight d3. Is that move really going to be that strong? I mean, it's just unfortunate if that's true. He just wants to play e5 afterwards. No, I'm really bothered by knight d3. Like, that doesn't deserve to be so strong. Surely we have some moves there. Queen c7, yeah. Here we'll take and then take. Takes and push, we'll go bishop takes f3. And if he lets me, I'll play bishop e5. And then he has no e5. So I think he's going to go for something with involving e5 here. If he doesn't, I feel like my bishop plants itself there, and he has nothing. Ripwalk 30, thanks for the 44 months. Finish swag, 18 months. So... yeah, that's expected. Now take this. Okay, this is not something I should be truly worried about. Castles or what? Rook here, there is queen a8, so I don't think there's a way to actually save everything. I don't want to lose both my pawns, I'll admit that. Protect this. Queen c5. Want to play d5. Rook c8, h6, d5. And yeah, b4 is basically the next move. Hitting this one, you can go b3. I'm aware he's thinking about this. I just don't think he can do it yet. Wow. No, this is not a move. Just secure that now. Now things should be pretty good. I always do that. If you know you're up on time, you don't actually need to go promote and mate and do all that fancy stuff. If you're way up like that, just pre-move. You're pre-moving, they're pre-moving. You should win every time. Carlson drew, Tari won. Tari had a really nice game. And so the team won as well. I like to stop 94 and then go for like G4, G5 here. Okay, I think I'll still go G4. I don't mind it. Lucky clown, that's me. Just a lucky clown. So if we go here, then 94 is possible. Takes knight c4. Yeah, I'll go here. I don't know about knight h5. That could be the wrong idea here. Because the knight's also very vulnerable there. Looking at the h6 square. If I don't break through on the king side, though, then, you know, the queen side stuff, it's happening. It's happening, all right. Takes. We can take and go here. King will go back to g8. Okay, well, we'll go ahead with this. Put the knight here. To be honest, we don't have to take with the knight. Could be nice to take here. Put this knight on f4. How is this? He has f4, which is probably enough right there to make me think twice about it. Yeah, let's just make the obvious move. want to shift my rooks over. I'm annoyed to see that move. I am annoyed. D5 is hanging, I just realized. Oh, he played here. Damn it. Stalemate. Yes. We got him at the end, but that was unfortunate. Didn't expect his rook move there. That was a really nice game. Just like beautiful start to finish. Didn't have any way to end that game though in a nice way. Didn't find it. Unimpressed with my technique. But we survive. That's the most important thing. We survive that position. Okay, this move, it helps we at least have knight d5, but let's go here. Lobo, thanks for the Prime sub. Insign, thanks for the Prime for 3 months. And Vlad, 9-month resub. I'm looking at this. Does that work? Pretty much always e5. We can toss the knight in. Getting the dark square bishop, I think is a good thing here. Yeah, bishop takes. I think we want to keep a knight on the board. I'm going to take like that. Somehow I just... move just looked weird to me. But I get it. I get it. You win my pawn, pal. It's gonna be a lot of weaknesses, though. I'm not feeling too bad about this position. Knight b6. Rook here. We have a lot of play. Oh, we gotta take that, don't we? Now this move is gonna end my career. I gotta castle this way, don't I? It's forced. It's the knight as well. knight here. Maybe the bishop wants to move, but in general, he'll get the move a4 that way, which is, I think, why he wants to do it. I was thinking we have knight c3 on a4. Don't want the position getting too open, but I don't have a lot of say in the matter. We are down material at the moment. Maybe I have to take that. I don't want the knight ending up there. He should keep the pieces on the board, but don't mind my chances. Rook d3, I think I can take it. Even though I'm down a pawn here, I think we can do some stuff. Oof, that move hurts me. That move hurts me. Missed that. I missed that. We had left a rook down here. We would have been fine. At least it was a stalemate. I knew if I left it, it'd be a stalemate. I thought I was gonna lose that game, so we're finding some ways to hang on here. Put the king in the corner. Take these halves. These are like sweaty draws. These we've had a few draws in a row, haven't we? These haven't been normal draws. So h5. Must have been Mancers. Must have been. Hey, Fractal Dust. Okay. Take. Wow. With the knight. Queen h5, knight d4 is not great. Takes. Knight b5 somehow Like, it looks close, but after d6, I'm wondering what I'm doing there. Oof. I am not predicting my opponent's moves here. Knight b5. Double attack. I think he's got to give me this bishop now. Should be very good for me. Almost got to play like queen b8 or d6, yeah. As bishop b3 to guard this pawn, which should hold at least, it should hold steady for the moment. f5 takes and then like castle maybe. Yeah. Queen h4. Try to get this. And takes here, queen g3. I mean, should be doing it. Should be playing a bit better than that, but you can run with the king. It's not great, but because, you know, he gets long castled here. He definitely missed that move. Queen g2 just didn't make a threat. That was his problem. Like, this check doesn't do anything. My rook's defended, so e7 should be the end of the game. Knight e6, we also start by taking. GG. Hello, Dylan. Indeed, a solid move. Okay, let's go d5. Knight e2. Might have to take that. Queen h4 is an idea. I also usually want to play bishop a6 in these kind of games. Knight g8. Yeah, the thing is, imagine my knight was on d7 right now. Nothing really holds together. The knight wants to go here and back to e7. When you have this structure, a knight wants to be on e7. Not d7, where it just doesn't have anywhere to go. So it doesn't look very natural, but I think it does make some sense. Queen d7, knight e7, knight g5. Once knight takes e6, but now the knight's protected. After this, he has that. It's probably a good move, but I also get what I want. Just a5. Maybe we can take here, undermining that pawn. If he takes, knight takes e5. I don't know if that's so good, so I might have to just take back. Bishop e3, I expect. Indeed. Takes. Everybody takes here. Queen f4, knight e2, queen e3, knight c2. I have answers to those two moves. And those are the only moves that hit my knight. Yeah, so we can go back, which is good. I should probably kick that out or go g6. G6 is more solid, I think. So we can try to castle next. I think we take everything on a7. There's no checks for white, and we castle. We should be doing well. Castle next turn. Pawn is hanging. Rook b7 next. I still can't take it. And it's actually winning at the end as well. Not bad technique. Not bad technique. Because I have to watch checks so I don't get perpetual. I also have to actually do something in the position. So I'm not just standing there. $2,900 Sune. Well, it starts with 2,800, doesn't it? It starts with 2,800. I'll take that. He's definitely in some opening trouble here. Rook here, queen c7 looks winning. Is he in opening trouble or am I in opening trouble? I mean, I just can't take moves like this seriously. Takes a7, knight b6. There's just no way I have a bad position. It wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be fair. Thing is, queen f7 doesn't win something, so he's gonna play bishop a6, and then what? Then what? Great position, but what's the thing? What's the thing? d3, there's queen takes c3. Yeah, I don't know if I can make it up there. The rooks are coming down quick. Jeez, this whole thing looks sketchy. I just need my king castle, and I know I'm obviously winning. This move also makes a lot of sense. I guess rook c1. Probably missing something here. Hmm. Jesus. We have to just pray.
What? Did my time really go? I thought I was pre-moving everything. I guess I just didn't have as much time as I thought. I thought I pre-moved like every move there. What? This is what I'm talking about. What is this? What? 2.7, 0.9. What? That's a lot of time I just lost there. It's like pretty much 2 seconds. Like I'm so confused because I had everything. It was all red. It was all pre-moved. Just makes no sense. Just makes no fucking sense. Every time. Every time. I just don't get it. I don't get it. It's so frustrating. So frustrating. Ugh. Because I'm streaming the games. How am I losing connection? Like, disheartening. Disheartening. Markiv, it's not how it works, bud. Do you think as someone streaming for 7 years that I just have someone in my, that I have such bad internet that I have somebody in my house eating up my internet and that's why I'm losing time here? Is that really it, bud? Is that the solution we're going for? Yeah, there's someone in my house I don't know about. They're just eating up my connection and I only have 10 up, 10 down. It's so brutal though. Like I'm down on time, so I'm not saying it's a win for sure. But I was pretty confident. I don't know, I was feeling good about these pre-moves. I felt like I caught everything. But this move, like, I don't know. I don't know. Thanks, Una Karoshi Miha APH. Like every game just feels like a lottery now. Will that happen again? Maybe yes, maybe no. Doesn't seem like something I can control. Hmm. I'm skeptical to go here because of that. But I think it's okay. Uh, yeah, I don't know what's happening here, but it might work out. It might work out. Risky move number 1. Oh, bad move number 1. Maybe not bad, but not the kind of move I want to be playing. Yeah, that's strong. I think that's it. Yeah. You missed Rook F8. So I guess we'll keep playing, but I don't see much for us here. Oof. Yeah, I didn't see Rook F4. Of course, I should never take on F7. I'd probably get a great position. Dude, I'm telling you, I can't get more than one game against title players sometimes. That's why it's like so annoying. The last guy, we actually got a match, like this FM 27, whatever. We actually got to play a match. But it's so strange. This like this weird people only want to play one game thing when they're like IMs or GMs. I don't know. It's like a principle. Okay, one game, well, that's enough. Back in the pool we go. Why not do a rematch, dude? Why the heck not? You've beaten me once, you'll probably do it again. Hmm. Yeah. Not supposed to do that, are we?
I don't trust this for me, but after allowing queen b6, thought we may as well go for it. Hey, if I attack the queen with my rook and end up winning it, I will be probably winning the game, so at least there's a win condition here. Looks like a pretty sturdy move there. All right, I got the bishop pair. Maybe it's an interesting position. Here, knight d7. Bishop b5, a6. I think the queen and the pieces should be better than the rooks here. Just because it's a middle game. If like these three pieces traded for those three, all of a sudden the rooks I think should be doing well. Ooh, but takes 94. We can make that work. We can make it work. Queen d5, knight c3. Does the knight get trapped though after queen c4? Yeah, it doesn't look normal. Yeah, where does this knight go? Hang on a sec. I think we can trap this knight. Queen c4. Knight here. Queen c6. Same idea. Queen c6 might be a better square. Take the draw there. We're gonna lose this position basically. Barely eked out. Definitely a good game, but again, I'm just not able to complete it.
just 14 seconds. It's like, even if he sacks here and plays bishop back, I'm probably losing that position with the time, you know? That's already tough enough. So, I don't know. Queen c4 to trap the knight. The thing is, it doesn't actually trap the knight, right? He can go here and, you know, he can bring his rooks here to attack my bishop if I go trap the knight. It's not so easy to trap that thing. So I think queen c6 is better, and like trying to play e6 and bishop c4. I think we made the right call. Queen b3. Yeah. The thing is, queen b3, I mean, the knight can escape, and there's knight c5 and knight d2 to worry about. Queen c4, there's knight b1, knight d1. I don't know. I just feel like the knight's getting out. The knight's getting out. But there's nothing wrong with what we did. Like, I think that's exactly what we want. Yeah, probably rook c8 there, sleazy. And like, you know, the knight will get some c-file square, like knight c5 or knight c3 there. Probably rook c8, knight c5, knight e6. I don't know. It's all good for white, but I have a feeling what I did was maybe the best. Tough to say, though. Like, they're all really... Every move here for white is going to be good. But what we did made a lot of sense. We got a winning position, so... It's hard to have a conversation about what to do better when what we did was maybe the best and certainly good enough. Yeah, see, I don't know. Like, why not just play a match? But he's going to seek a game and just get me in the pool again. Come on, pal. Let's hit a rematch. Yeah, Eric released a new video for those that didn't see. Now let's go d5. He should just leave it there. I'm not sure that's the best. Queen e2 looked good for him. This we don't like because of knight e4, so we need to be very cautious about opening up the game. It's hard not to play h5 here. I think he'll go knight g5 and maybe look to play h5. The rook here looks sturdy enough. Knight f5, h5. Don't want to get into that. Yeah, actually, I forgot how easily the knight reroutes here. That's my bad. Because knight f5, knight g3 is actually really good. Oops. Oof. Can't even long castle easily because of this stupid knight. Huh. This scheme is not gonna look too good, is it? I can't castle. Yeah, he's got a pass pawn here, so just a little bit worse. Just a classic worse position. Just a classic. Let's go ahead and remove that. I think he'll take here. Don't know if I love that, but I didn't want him taking his pawn. I probably should have just played queen here. Oh, now he wants a rematch. Yeah, now you'll play again, won't you, pal? Now you'll play another one. Sure. All right. Here. It's an interesting move. Rook here. Wonder what happens there. Okay, knight here. There's no d5. Bishop d5 by him is actually a like winning move right now. So we actually really have to watch out. I'm just gonna trap our queen. The sacrifices are coming, guys. Help. Help. The sacrifices are about to say hi. Sack mate incoming. Marcy King, thanks for 10 months. Okay, well, he's obviously going to sack. Do we have any bright ideas here?
Our pieces are so far on the other side of the board that yeah, f3 looks like it loses a pawn. That's what I didn't like about f3. It's hard to make moves here. I can tell you that. Oh, we tried. I think white was probably... honestly, I think white might have been better there. Yeah, this position is +7. This position is +3. Even this position is like, you know, we've done a good job here. Like, white's better in turning the tables on the position, but yeah, +7. I mean, here I just can't break through easily with time pressure, but, you know, something like this is just completely dead. But, like, that's what I mean. What are these guys? Who are these creatures, man? They lose a game, they want a rematch, they win a game, they're gone. Fuck, it's like such low T stuff. Just play chess, dude. Because we had 3 pieces for the queen there at the end, which I think basically all the time you have 3 pieces for a queen, and there's, you know, no other serious weaknesses or problems with the position, then the 3 pieces are better. Hey, Adrian. Thanks for the resub. 5 months, Adrian. Gregory.
This position looks good. Worried the position's gonna open up here. Okay. Oh, wow. He didn't take. It was weird. Thought for sure he'd take this one and I would take his queen, Kappa. Forgot that his queen went to d2. In the last line, I was actually going to play bishop g5, and with the queen on d3, knight f5 is probably winning for him. But he happened to go here, so I think that just made that just made my life way easier. a5. Queen d1. If here, he'll go there. Okay. Well, not leaving me much choice here. I'm gonna put this here and go knight to a7. We are so dead. So dead. Alright, I'll play one more game. We were on such a great run. It's really too bad. We were like 2780. We hadn't lost. And what happened? Of course, fucking chess.com disconnects me again. Really don't know how it's happening. Just a regular occurrence. Ruining the momentum. Because I was gonna say bishop there, so it's not even that great for me. I'd rather play black. I would much rather play his position. Hello, Hunter. I think it's really easy for him to go g5, rook g8. He just has a lot of play here. How do I activate pieces? I don't really know. If I let him take here, yeah, it's tough. Not much I can do about that move. King h2, rook g2. Probably want to take. Should have gone there. Oof. All right. It's 2 p.m. Been up since 7. I'm gonna take a break. I will be back at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. I just have a few errands to run, but in general, I'm not just gonna be streaming in the morning this week. I'll try to stream in the morning, probably take a break, and then stream in the evening as well. So today though, day 1, need a break. Eric will be playing tomorrow, so 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Come back, hang out. I'm gonna send the raid to Matt Staples, who's playing some poker right now, I imagine. Buddy from Alberta, Canadian streamer, poker player, but he's into chess as well, so you can ask him chess questions. I think he's on a delay because he's playing poker, so shout out to Matt. Thanks for the resubs today, guys. We passed our sub goal, yay. Thanks for watching. We will have a 2,900 sub goal. That'd be a big sub goal as well. 2,900 rating goal for this month. But a few more announcements coming up. I am spent. But I'll see you guys tomorrow.